What up, y'all? It's Sam at Then Can Designs, rocking the old school swag. Got the old Then Can Designs hat on, and I'm wearing the same getup I was wearing in the video, the intro video. The channel has been around for almost 1 year, and I wanted to celebrate with something a little special. And so I don't know how many live viewers we got. I'll check back on that in a second, but I'm just going to get this started for the replay. But today, we're going to talk about conversion-based web design. Sounds boring, but this is all part of the equation. More TLC for your small business. That's traffic, leads, and clients. And today we're talking about how to get that C, how to get more clients. So we're starting with a very simple page today, just a landing page. And that's where a lot of people have to start, right? You don't have a lot of money in a budget, so you just, this is where you get started. And so I want to tell you a little bit about the website that we'll be building today. So I have the current version of the site here, just getting some things pulled up over here on the back end. So first things first, how did I meet this client? Well, if you go to thencandesigns.com, I actually have a free marketing review right here. And he was the first person to fill this out. I very much appreciated it. So you just go through, you answer a couple questions about your business pretty quick. And he did that and immediately followed up his email with like, hey, don't spend too much time working on that because, you know, tell me what your rates are. I think it was something like that. And it goes by Rick. So I'm just going to shout out Rick early on in the video. And I said, don't worry, man, I got you. And recorded the video anyway. And, you know, at the time, I just had my best month. So, you know, I was feeling blessed. And I could tell this guy was just starting his business. He told me a little bit more about what he does. And I just got this feeling like I want to do something special for this guy. And so sit down, hear a little bit about his business. Here's his current site right here. So currently his services are suspended. So ignore that big mark right there. But what he does is he does mobile EV charging. And so at first I didn't really get it. I was like, what do you mean mobile EV charging? And so think about it. If you live in an apartment complex or like condos, which is really big in Bend, we're over here in Bend, Oregon, they might not have a charging station. And so what he's able to do is just stop by, you know, once a week or however often you need it, and he can charge your Tesla up and you're good to go. Like, that's great. And so I just thought, like, pretty innovative. Also offers like emergency roadside assistance and things like that in case your battery just runs out, right? It really relieves that range anxiety. And I was like, man, this is really forward thinking. You know, this is like the tow truck of the future. I thought that was so cool. And he's also kind of an expert. He's been working in batteries for a long time, so he understands the process. And right now he's working on upgrading his generator so he can offer an even better service moving forward. And so I was like, man, I can just see that this guy just needs, you know, he doesn't need a handout, he needs a hand up, right? And so what I told my man Rick is I was like, hey, I'm gonna get you this landing page gratis on one condition. I get to record the creation of it. And so here we are creating it right now. So we're going to dig into it. And so I want to get started by just reviewing some conversion-based web design. So I'm going to pull up the mock-up so you can kind of see what the current version of it looks like. So give me 1 second. I had a lot of things ready, and that was the one thing I didn't have ready. Here we go. And so, you know, one of the, you know, when you go to build a website, a lot of people aren't thinking about, you know, how do I make sure that it converts people? And there's a lot of different frameworks out there, but the one I really lean on is StoryBrand. And so I'm going to talk about that. If you are a web designer yourself, you may have already heard about this before, and that's great. This will be a good review for you, but I did just want to go over this for anybody that maybe has not seen that before, so that way they can learn a thing or two about conversion-based web design. So I need to be extra careful because we're live and I can't make any mistakes. And so I'm going to be very cautious when I do some things to make sure that I don't accidentally reveal like client information or anything, because we do have to kind of go in the back end of my tools here. So apologies if I'm slow to turn things back on and off. So anyway, here is the redesigned version of his site. And so just a quick refresher. He built this in Canva, you know, and not bad, and has some cool design elements. But this is just more of the flow of a typical website. And so that was one of the big things I talked to Rick about, was trying to make sure we get that flow. So the big thing that StoryBrand emphasizes is that when we're looking at a website, we typically start in the top left. And so it's good to have your branding right there. And then you work your way across. And so it's good to have clear navigation with a call to action in the corner. And Rick has one of those, I don't know what you want to call them, like urgency services. He, you know, you don't want to find a service. You're not going to find a service when you're like scrolling through Facebook, right? Your Tesla's going to run out of juice on your way back from Mount Bachelor, and you're going to be like, I need a charge right now. And so when people get to a site, we want to make it as easy as possible to get service right now, and that's going to be a phone call. And so that's the call to action in the top right. And then as we read pages, we usually do the Z or maybe an F pattern, if you can see my mouse. And so so it's also good to, so this is for SEO right here, mobile EV charging in Bend, Oregon. Very clearly states what he does. And then down here, again, we repeat the call to actions. And you either have two types of leads getting to your page. You either have a hot lead, which is ready to go. So that'd be the person whose batteries run out, or maybe they've heard about the service and they're ready to go. So they need to get service now or call now. And then everybody else is going to be a cold lead. They got here somehow because they were curious about it. They're a lot higher up the sales funnel, and they're still trying to figure out if this is something for them. And so they're going to want to know, how does it work? And so the next page that we have as we work our way down, a lot of time now in StoryBrand, you'll see stuff like pain points, value proposition, trying to get over those pain points that the customer has. But for Rick, I figure, you know, for good, right, EV mobile charging, it's going to be super important to just explain what the services are. And so again, because he's that urgency service, you want to get the facts as quickly as possible. So we jump straight into the services, and then this is for the this is just because of Canva. And then we bump into the founders. And so I'm thinking as we work our way down, I'll probably clean up this copy a little bit. It's a little lengthy, but I want to put the founders page. That way you know who the guide is. That way you know that this is like a good story. And then the path section is really important. How does it work? And I have some ideas for maybe how to spice this section up a little bit. I think it's maybe a little bland, so we'll see what we can do here. And then the service area, this is going to be really important for SEO, especially since we only have one page to work with. We want to see how well we want to clearly state our service area, so that way they can, hopefully Google will get an idea of what this is about. And then we have testimonials, and last but not least, the contact form. Well, last but not least, the contact form. But then one more thing on top of that is the footer, which is really important because Google often pulls this section for like the meta description. I've seen it do that before, even if you fill it in through your SEO settings. And then it's good to have your contact information, because we're going to want to tie that back to the Google Business Profile, which we'll do later on. We won't do that today. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So that's the site. Now it's time to get into it. So I'm just going to see here if there's any people in real life. And it says we've gotten 5 viewers, which is impressive. And it says we have 1 concurrent viewer, which means there's somebody out there in the world watching. It may be me, because I'm in the studio. So I don't know. I don't know how this works. This is the first time I've ever done this live. But let's get into it. So briefly, I just want to talk about the flow. So right now we are in the very beginning stages of building the site, okay? And so I've literally done nothing. I wanted to do this as much from scratch as possible, and I want to quickly mention sort of my tech stack, although I hate to call it that. And so I use WordPress, and the page builder I use is Divi on top of that. And so there's a lot of videos out there on Divi. There's a lot of other page builder options out there: Beaver Builder, Oxygen, Bricks, you name it. Probably the biggest one out there is Elementor. I think that's the number one. option out there right now, but I really like Divi. Divi is my go-to. I've been using it for the last year, and I think it's great. And the good thing about it too is, let's do a quick little Google search here. If you want to kind of replicate this setup, Divi's not free, which kind of sucks. Let's go Divi pricing. And no. Okay, so it's $89 for a year. So if you're like not ready to jump in yet, all into web design, but you know that this is something you want to do, or you have a website that you want to do, then this is like a low barrier to entry. I don't remember what the cost of Elementor was, but it's a lot more. And the nice thing is you can do a lifetime for like $250, and you're in forever. And so, if you're trying to DIY your own website, or you're a web designer, this is it's a really good tool to get in. It's very it's full-fledged. And I see we have a chat. I think that's Carolyn. I don't mean it like that. I mean, like, I think I actually know who the person is, which is great. Hey, let's go. I feel like I'm doing a thing now. I actually got one comment on there. I'll take it. That's the one I get. I'm happy. So anyway, so we're using Divi. Now, I am going to use a plugin on top of Divi. I use a handful of plugins by default on my websites. And I do like DiviPixel, and there's a reason for that, is they were able to kind of warm me up over time by letting me slowly build up. So let's find the pricing here. I can't remember how much it is for one site, but it's not so bad. Okay, here we go. Buy now. Okay, so it's like 50 euros. I have no idea how much it is in American, but I think it's about $50. And so if you think about it, for for under $150, you can get a really good site build for your small business if you follow this framework right here. And you're gonna see there's a lot of steps to it, but you'll kind of get the foundation right here. And just so you know, like if a web designer were to build a page like this for you, it would probably be somewhere in the like $1,000, oh, you can't see my hand that far out, $1,000 to $2,000 price range, just depending on who they are, maybe even more than that, because there's a lot that goes into this. And so I wanted to show that today, just to show you like all the steps that go into it, so that way like if you work with a web designer that's custom building out your landing page, that a lot goes into it. So so those are the tools I wanted to mention. Is number one, Divi, and then number two, DiviPixel, because it's got a lot of cool modules, and so we'll utilize that. I used to kind of go away from using those plugins, but I think it's worthwhile. So now I want to talk about, so now we're actually going to do like some back-end stuff. And so it's always good to have like a staging version of your site that's not live, that you're working on. Now, sometimes I like to be a little rogue, shoot from the hip. I have backups of my sites, and so a lot of times I'll go in and just do edits on the live site, but I feel confident. I don't recommend doing that. And so I think it's always good to have a backup. And so what I'm going to do right now, and I have to be careful because I might accidentally reveal the wrong thing. So I'm going to try to do this over here. But I'm going to set up a subdomain on my page right now. Please don't go to it and mess with me. But I'm going to create a subdomain right now. And the abbreviation for his business is GREB. That's what we've been using. So I'm going to use that. And I'm creating that. And I'll show you this much. So I'm over here in SiteGround working on ThenCan designs and this. So this is a subdomain. So I've just created the subdomain. And now I'm gonna, well, let's see. I'm trying to do this so you guys can see some of this, but I also don't reveal all of my subdomains. So I'm gonna click on Install Application right here, and let's see what happens next. And I'm gonna pick WordPress. And then you got to pick the right subdomain here. So I'm going to do that. Make sure I get the one we just made. It's usually at the bottom. And then I'm going to make a username. I'm not going to do this on screen. I'm going to do, I always just kind of do a test one. And then I just make sure I do my email, because in case I forget I don't need this password. You're going to see why not in a second. And so it doesn't really matter. You'll see. And then after that, I don't want to show you guys the password. Let's see. I'm gonna sneak this much into the screen here. I don't install WordPress Starter. I hit install, and now it's going to install on the. It's installing WordPress. Now, what do we do after that? So I use a tool called ManageWP as far as to manage the websites that I have maintenance plans with for my clients. And so that helps keep the plugins updated. It does a security scan every day. It also keeps track of keywords, which is really cool. And so it's a really great tool. So let me go, I need to add a site to that. Okay. So if you've never used ManageWP before, it looks something like this. And I guess I can make that bigger. And now I'm going to type in the site. And I'm going to try to add it. And then you can use this thing called the connection key. So now I'm going to try to get over to the, going to the WordPress admin for our little staging site that we've set up. Okay. Here we go. And now I'm going to go to plugins. And this is the only plugin I'm going to have to install. So this is pretty cool. So click add new up here. Look at this. Boom. We're zooming in on stuff now. We're really getting stuff done. And then go down to search ManageWP and install now. This is hard to do live because normally in these videos people will blur stuff out and stuff. But I don't have the ability to do that. So I'm going to click connection management, but I think that's going to show something. So I'm going to hide that for a second here. So I'm going to click connection management. It's giving me a little key. I'm hitting copy. I'm going back to ManageWP. I'm pasting that in and I'm hitting add website. And so it's adding that right now. There we go. So now we're just going to wait a second. And now what I typically do at this point is I add a staging site. And so I'm going to do that. So this is what ManageWP looks like. Let me get out of the way for a second here. And so it's a cool way to it'll keep track of backups and all this other stuff. It's a really good tool, especially if you're a web designer that does maintenance plans for your clients. It's a really good tool for that. One of the features that it has is you can add a staging site, or what's the word I'm trying to say? You can clone a staging site. And so I have a staging site set up. So I'm going to pull that in right now. So give me just a second. So one thing that is a little annoying is you have to activate the premium plugin. So it's $2 a month, but it is totally prorated. So if you only use it for a couple days, you can turn it back off. And that's usually what I'll do with these development pages is I'll do this, I'll back it up one more time, and then I'll turn it off. And so I'll get charged a couple cents for that, but totally worth it. And I think my ManageWP account, and I'm probably up to 10-ish maintenance clients. Some of them are paying, some of them aren't. No, just kidding. And it's only $40 a month. And so if you think about it, one client is paying for that. And so it's totally worth the money. It's totally worth the money. So I'm going to hit activate here. Yep. And then close. And it's doing a backup right now, which doesn't really matter. But what I want to do, I'm doing this wrong. I need to do this somewhere else. This is actually, you don't have to do this because this is, that's the other way around. You need to do that for your staging site. So give me a second here. I've done this for a second. Oh, I know what I do. Okay, so I'm going over to the staging site. And here we go. And backups. Okay. Make sure I'm not showing anything you're not supposed to see. Okay, so I'm over at the staging site right now, and this is what I want to do. I want to hit clone website here, and this is the next screen. And so you go down here to existing website in ManageWP, and I have to hide this because it'll show all my client sites. And so I'm picking the one we just did. It's going to be under My WordPress when you first start it, usually. Oh, it's the very last one. Okay, so now I can pop back over here. It'll say create new admin. I just leave that alone because I already have an admin set up. And then I go to search engine visibility and I make sure I click this button disable because I don't want this to pop up and I don't want this to confuse the Googles, okay? And then click clone. And I always double check this to make sure that I'm doing the staging over the subdomain. And then we'll hit clone and that's going. So let me talk about staging sites for a second. And I'll pull up the back end of this page so we can kind of get a preview of what it's going to look like here in a second. So if you're not in the web design world, you've never heard about Josh Hall. He's amazing. He's kind of my web design mentor, guru, coach, therapist, whatever you want to call it. He's the guy that's kind of showed me the path. I follow his podcast weekly. That was where I started over a year ago on this journey, was just listening to his podcast to build up the confidence to do this. And then you can kind of see my bookmarks right there. I'm a part of Web Designer Pro, his web design community. And so part of one of his web design courses is really about building up the staging site. So I won't go too much into this because I think that this kind of is beyond the scope of this video, but it's good to have a staging site. And I want to explain some of the stuff that's on here so that way you don't get lost on what I have in case you try to replicate this and you end up using different tools. So first things first, I think it's always good to jump into the plugins. And so you can kind of see the plugin stack that you have. And so the plugin stack is, there's that Divi Pixel that I talked about. Again, it'd be about 50 euro, whatever the hell that is, for one site. I think that's for a year. And they have a lifetime deal. I got it on Black Friday for under $300 for a lifetime deal, and that was great. And so I highly recommend like starting there, and if you're a web designer, kind of scaling up over time. And then you got Gravity Forms. That's a premium plugin too. There are other form builders out there you can use. Divi has a form builder built into it, and so if you're not ready to invest in something like Gravity Forms, that's fine. That's fine. You can just use that when we get to the contact page, and maybe I'll talk about that there if I remember. I'm not going to remember. Next up is ManageWP Worker. That is that's the tool that connects with ManageWP. That was the thing we just installed a second ago. After that, let me zoom in so you guys can see better here. Next up is SEOPress, and I have SEOPress Pro. It's $50 a year. It's just like Yoast. If you've ever used Yoast SEO before for WordPress, it's a lot like that. It's just a little better. In my opinion, it's just cleaner. I like the way it works a little bit better than Yoast. Yoast is fine. I still actually use Yoast on my site because I'm too lazy to export. And then Speed Optimizer comes with SiteGround, so I just leave that on there. It needs to be updated. Under construction is a good one because it'll put something up so people can't see it. And so if you guys try to go to grev.thencandesigns right now live, it should have under construction banner on there here in a second when it gets done, cloning. And then I do use WordFence. I just think it's good. I just use the free version. I don't pay for it. I do use WP Mail, SMTP, depending on the client. Sometimes I turn it on, sometimes I don't. And I can't remember what I use. I think I use something. I don't remember, but maybe I'll do a video on SMTP at some point. It's kind of a tricky topic, but that's basically just to help with email deliverability. And then last but not least is Yoast Duplicate Post. It's a really good tool. It's by Yoast, the people who do the SEO plugin, and what it does is it makes it so you can duplicate posts or pages, and it's really good for building out pages off of other pages as you build out a site. So that's my plugin stack. If you go to let's go around here. The other thing you might look at is like themes, and so the theme is going to be Divi. And I also have a child theme. There's not a whole lot going on there, but I do have my custom CSS that I put into every page there. And so I won't dig too much into this. This isn't really like a CSS lesson, but I just have some standard stuff that I put in there, stuff to equalize the columns. And then I forgot the footer is Ben's backflow. So hey, if you're in the valley, if you're near the Portland metro area, go hit up Ben's backflow for your backflow prevention. I forget the name of you know what I'm talking about. If you own a home, you know what a backflow is. Anyway, and then I have some code for the header. I have this kind of like landscape fix, so that way the header looks good when you turn your phone. And then I have like a hover effect. And then what I've done is I've just copied some of my CSS for the for the menu that I had on one of my previous sites, and I really like the way it looks, and so I usually just base it off of that. And so this is kind of one of the benefits of being a web designer and working over time, is you can kind of build your own template. So it's kind of like I have a template built in, but I still do usually kind of start from scratch on the page itself. So that's the theme right there. And you'll notice there's no other themes. A lot of times WordPress installs come with things like the 2022 theme, the 23, 24 theme. I delete all that to get rid of that bloat. I'll have the menu set up. And then I think that is it. I do also make sure my settings are dialed in. So this is important. If somehow you're brand new to WordPress, and God help you if this is the first video you ever watch, but you want to make sure that you put in your site title and tagline. You're not going to want to be staging site, or make sure you change this later. There's a couple things you got to make sure you do. One, go to reading. That's where I'm at right now. Reading. There it is. And check this box. It says discourage search engines from indexing the site, and hit save changes. And then make sure you uncheck that when you get done, or the search engines will not find you. And then the last thing you want to do is go to permalinks and make sure you select post name. Okay. And it says don't change that, but I won't change that. And then last but not least, I have a couple pages in here. Most of these don't have any content. They're just there. I do have a brand fonts section. You're going to see as I build out the site, that'll be the first page we go to, and that's following Josh Hall's guidance. And so we're going to be able to kind of look at the fonts in real time to see what they look like. But I already have those selected, so that won't be too hard, but it's just nice to look at. So those are the 5 pages I usually start with. In the end, we're only going to have one page for Rick. We're just going to have the home page, but I do like that he's built out. But if you see here, I'll just pick like the about page, edit with Divi, it's going to be a totally blank page. It'll be starting from scratch. So I'll let that load here. And the main reason why I took this time is because it does take a little bit of time to clone the page, and so I apologize for that. So anyway, so that's done. And so I'm going to get out of here and leave my staging site alone because it's very good and I don't want to mess with it. So I'm going to go here for a second. Oh no, look, you can see where the green screen ends. Whoops. Shh, don't tell anybody about that. Okay, so I'm going back to, okay, the website was cloned successfully, and okay, so I am going back, I'm going to our site, I'm going to our development site right now. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Oh, I think I need to hit refresh. All right, 1 second here, gonna pull up the development site, and then we'll go into working on this bad boy. I tried to just hit refresh. Every time, I just want to show this in case you run into this problem. If you're using ManageWP, if you're following this workflow exactly, verbatim, you'll see this the first time you try to log in on ManageWP. Do not fret, just try to log in again. Right now ManageWP is saying the user is no longer the administrator. Do you want to switch to the other one? Which changed along the way, I guess. And then now it's letting me log in, so we're good to go. So let me clean up these windows really quick. So we don't need to see SiteGround or anything. There's a lot of dangerous stuff in there. We don't need to see ManageWP. So I'm just gonna pop this up in a couple tabs. All right, now we're getting down to business, people. Are you ready? How long have we been doing this? 6:30. Ah, shit. Well, thanks for sticking around. Whoops, that was my first swear. Start a swear jar somewhere. I'm gonna try to keep those to a minimum. Okay, so the site's up and going. Need to do a quick little configuration of word fence. That's done. Everything else we can worry about later. All right, now what do we do? So the first thing I like to do is I like to jump straight into it and get working on Divi. I've lost my Canva. Where did that go? Oh, here we go. I got my other window here. I don't need that. I don't need that. I do need that. Okay, I'm gonna try to put that there. There we go. Okay. So let's talk about branding for a second here. You know, I think we have a branding expert in the chat. If Carolyn's still around, so she's probably going to put me to shame here. So feel free to talk smack in the comments if you'd like, Carolyn. But what I really wanted to do for Rick is he's already got some marketing material, so I wanted to complement the branding that he already had, which is this like really like fluorescent green. But I also wanted to keep it more neutral. It seems like lately lighter colors are really in. They're more inviting, is what I keep hearing. StoryBrand, though, really mentions having like a happy customer in the background of the hero section, which is this top part right here. And so I did my best on Canva looking at their stock images, so that's what we'll go with. But going back to branding, I always like to fill in just a few colors here, and I think we're going to go with this this green color here. Obviously, I'm going to go with that gray, and then I'm going to have that as kind of like a secondary black, and then that yellow. So you'll see what I'm talking about here. In Divi, you can fill in all these settings. So this is where I start. So I go to Divi. Oh, I'm in the way. Let me get out of the way. Down here in the corner, Divi, click on that, and then you put your logo here. I actually don't use the logo. That's for like if you use the Divi header, which I probably should on landing pages, but I end up just building it out anyway. And then I like to put in the colors right here. So I'll get started. I'll leave black and white because we'll have those. And so let's start with the green here. So I just got to steal this hex color. You know, these are things that most people would think about and maybe having like a notepad or a text edit document somewhere. So that way they don't have to do this live in the video, but oh well, you're getting it here. Thanks for tuning in. And I think I see another comment. Hey, what's up, Josh? Looks like Josh Dunn. Oh man. How's it going over there? What time is it over there? What time zone is everybody in? Because it's 6:30 over here. Y'all are crazy. Okay, so we got that gray, which I think we'll use for the header. If anybody has any better hex colors, let me know. I'm willing to make some changes on the fly here. I like this off black, so I might actually use that for some of the elements. I've been reading about accessibility and how like stark white and stark black are not the best. So I've been trying to embrace off-white and off-black options. All right, I got 8:30 p.m. from Dr. Dunn. You really a doctor? You gotta tell the truth, man. You're on a YouTube chat. Let's see, I've never even, look at all these emoji things. I don't even know what's going on. What's that doing? What's this guy doing? What's he doing? Is he flipping the thing off? That's not cool. It looks like he's snapping. I don't know what he's doing. But anyway. Okay. All right, so we got our color palette in there. Pretty simple. And then I think I have all the settings dialed in. I usually don't change anything. When I started way back when, I remember watching like Daryl Wilson. I think that's his name, Daryl Wilson, right? What does he always say? What's up, party people? I started off by watching his videos, and he would turn on the smooth scrolling, but I've stopped doing that recently, and I don't remember why, but I had a reason. But I do like to turn on that back to top button, especially on the landing pages, so people can get back up. So let's hit save changes. Honestly, none of the rest of the settings I ever hit, I think. I don't think so. And so now we're going to go down here. I'm going to get out of the way. We're going to zoom in, and I'm going to do the theme customizer, and I'm going to set some of the settings. Now, a lot of Divi tutorials will fill out a lot of these settings because they rely a lot on the Divi tools. You're going to see that I don't, and so there's going to be a little bit of custom CSS, and so that might go above some people's heads. If you come back to this video later and you don't normally design websites, I apologize. But I'll try to keep it basic, and anything that I use in here I'll try to explain, okay? And then just so you know, this top part here is part of Divi Pixel. So if you've never used Divi Pixel before, it has a bunch of extra settings here. It's actually pretty cool. I really like their mobile menu. Just so you know, today I'm only going to design the what am I trying to say? Oh, the desktop version. I'm not going to worry about mobile right now. I'll be thinking about it as I design it, but I want to fine tune some stuff before we get to the mobile version, just so you know. All right, So we start here, site identity. So this is the beginning. All right, so it is GoodWrite EV mobile charging, and ChatGPT went down yesterday, and I was trying to come up with something, and I felt like my brain was broken. But let's see if we can come up with something here. So no, he's got some good stuff. Let's see here. He talks a lot about relieving range anxiety, right? We talked about here. Okay, let's try that. Range anxiety relieved for your electric vehicle. And I don't know where this actually shows up, so I'm not too worried about this. Now we need a logo, and so let's do that now. Just in case it accidentally, damn it, the green screen not working. Yeah, in case you guys can't tell, this is like you know, oh, I got the chroma key on, so I can't turn it off. But yeah, I'm just cropped right here. Actually, I think if I go to this scene, it's still green. But yeah, there's a light here, there's a light here, there's a light there, there's a light here, there's a light there, there's a mic here. So that's the whole setup. You can see the little pop filter. But anyway, let's go back to official, and now let's go like this, and now we're legit. All right. So, what were we doing? Oh yeah, I was trying to. Oh yeah, we're making a logo. That's what the hell we're doing. Okay, file. I'm on Canva right now. I use Canva for pretty much everything. Creating a new design. I'm gonna do 1,000 by 1,000 logo first to just kind of have on hand, and then I'm gonna make a 512 by 512 for the favicon, and I'm gonna do it a little bit differently. So let's start there. I just don't want to accidentally reveal some like client stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to this one. It's all grouped together, so it should be pretty easy. And I'm gonna make this one, it's gonna have to be a PNG. There's a couple places where we're gonna need black lettering too, and so I'm gonna do, we'll call this GoodWrite EV charging logo, white text, share, download, transparent background, and I always like to compress. And then I'm gonna make a copy here, and then I'm gonna go paste this back in, and I'm gonna call this black text. And then it's gonna be really hard to see it, but let's do that. There we go. Okay, bear with me. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong friggin' button. This is the point where everybody, like, you can see the analytics on YouTube. This is where it's gonna drop off. Everybody's gonna be like, all right, dude, you can play graphic designer on your own time. I'm not watching this video. Okay, so there we go. Whoops, I need to change these. There's these little elements in between. So this is going to come in handy in a couple spots too. So I just want to make sure we have this as well. Is it here? No, it's here. It's the shape. Okay, there we go. Share, download, PNG, transparent, compress. Okay, and then it's not friggin' centered. See that? I know, I'm a perfectionist. I'm deleting it. And then I'm gonna go back here. All right, share, download. Okay, now I'm gonna do magic switch. I'm gonna do 512 by 512 for the favicon. I'm gonna do this a little bit differently. So one thing I really noticed, like if you look up at the favicons up at the top of the thing here, they're almost always circles. Well, this one's a square, but a lot of times they're circles. And so I like to just copy that style. So he already kind of has like a circle style. And the thing is, you're not going to be able to see the rest of the text anyway. And so I think it's going to be good to just do that. So let's do even mobile charging favicon, and I'm going to go like, so the thing is you want a white background. So let's do something right now so I can see what's happening. And then what I like to do is get a circle going here. And we'll make it stark white. There we go. And then I like to make it fit in the little box. I don't know why, but it feels good. It feels good to make it like snap into that box, which I think is 400 by 400. It's getting confused by the other stuff. It's bigger than that. It's like 410. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to send that to the back, and then I'm going to make this just a little bigger, and it should kind of, you see that it's lining up. I'm zooming in real life by getting closer to the screen. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to ungroup now, and I'm going to get rid of all the stuff out here because it's just not going to show up on the favicon. I mean, even the mobile charging and stuff, like really, I should do like a way simpler version, right? Like even just get rid of this, but I'm gonna leave it. You know, that's his branding, and it's gonna be fine. So we'll do share. Oh wait, get rid of that background. Share, download, PNG, transparent, blah blah blah. All right, we'll save those, and then I'm gonna open a Finder window over here and take it off screen, so that way you guys can't see all the craziness that's going on in my downloads folder. Mostly just because of how unorganized it is. I don't want to be judged for that, so that's the main reason, just so you know. Okay, let's go on here. All right. I'm checking back in on the chat. Dr. Dunn said, not a doctor, but wishes he was. And we got William Goodright. That's Rick, people. That's Rick from this is his website. We're building it live right now, so he's out there. So it's good to see you, Rick. That's awesome. And Carolyn knows about Daryl. Yeah, Daryl Wilson. That's right. Yeah, spelled with a Y. He lives somewhere crazy, like Philippines or something. I say crazy like it's bad. I just mean like cool. You know, not Oregon or Iowa. You know, a more fun place, I think. Okay, so I got our images, I got our assets here. So we're gonna go back to the site here. Boom. Okay, so site icon, what they mean by that is they mean the favicon. So I'm just gonna bump all these in here. Now, if I was being real good, I would do the alt text right now. Oh shoot, you can't see what I'm doing right now. Boom. If I was being really good, I'd do the alt text right now, which is right here. So I would go in here and I would add alt text, and I would say, this is the logo. I would say, what would I say? I'd say, well, let's just do it right now. So I'd say, Goodright EV mobile charging logo with white text. This doesn't need to be capitalized. Well, whatever. And I'm probably, I like to do the alt text at the end of the project. I actually use a plugin called alttext.ai to do some of it, and so it kind of automates some of it for me, and then I just go back through and give it that human touch at the end. It does surprisingly well. I did it for like a cabinet maker site, and it was like, oh, you know, this is a dining room table with a washer and dryer in the background, and I was like, huh? And I looked at the picture, and there was a washer and dryer in the background. I didn't even see it when I looked at the picture at first. So This AI stuff's crazy, and I like to say that, you know, if you're not incorporating it, you're going to get left behind, so you might as well get it into the workflow. And so to make sure this worked, I hit publish up there on the top. I'm going to hit refresh, and now we should see. Is it going to work? Didn't do it yet. That's all right. It's going to pop up there eventually. We're going to get our favicon, I promise you. Okay, so now we're going through the Divi settings. We started with the site identity. Now we're on layout settings. Now a lot of this stuff I already have filled out on my staging site. So I like to do 1440 for the website content width. A lot of people used to do 1880, but screens are getting wider, and so I've just reset to 1440. Everything else I think is the default, and so I just leave it like that. And you're going to see that a lot of this gets overwritten anyway, so I don't worry too much about that stuff. The typography, though, this is one that we do want to change, because that'll change the default settings, and it'll just make it easier when we're filling out our headers and our text later on. And so I think I keep the body text at 16, line height at 1.7, header text at 60. A lot of this stuff is just going to get overwritten, so I don't worry too much about this. I don't fill out the link color. I don't do any of that stuff. I used to do that, but again, I usually end up doing it custom anyway. So anyway, our header font is, I don't remember. Let's find out. I think it's Roboto. And then we have Open Sans. So I want to go really clean and modern, you know. I was actually looking at, you know who I was looking at for inspiration was Tesla's site. Tesla and Rivian. Those were actually the two sites I was looking at when I was looking at inspiration. Yeah, so if you look at that hero section, that's actually, I don't know if you can see like the button even, like that's what I was actually thinking of when I did that. And then I was just kind of looking at like the fonts, and it's very, obviously besides the Cybertruck, very serif-y, or sans serif-y, I should say, you know, without serif, for our Latin friends. And so I went with two that would just be, they're classics, and so it's a good one. And oh, Dr. Dunn said that's my favorite font parent. I can't see the chat that well the way I have my OBS set up. I'm trying to move this around. That helped. None. Oh man, there's a lot going on there. I will circle back to that. So let me do this right now. Let me actually set the fonts, and then I'll check in with the chat. So this is the worst feature of Divi to this day. I hope when they come out with Divi 5.0 they fix this. There's no way to like search for the font, so you literally just have to scroll like an idiot, and it's great. So we're just scrolling. Roboto is our header, and Open Sans, which is actually my body font. So that was fun. That's the first. I always try to I always think like, oh, I can't repeat the font that I used on my last site or the site before, and so I always try to be unique. But we're gonna do that. Open Sans. It's a good pairing, as Dr. Dunn said. Okay, so we're good there. That's the typography, and then background. I just leave that blank, and then I want to say. A lot of times, so something that I have changed, you'll see that there's already a footer in here, and you already see some of the fonts are starting to change on the page. If you go to, I think it's under widgets, there's normally like widgets in here, and I just delete all those, and I'm trying to think what else I changed in the settings. Somewhere there's the footer stuff, and I think maybe Divi Pixel might override that, but anyway, it's, I try to turn off as much as I can, and I just have this kind of like footer right here. If anybody knows how to make I know you can export it as like a little reusable block, but I think that this is a really good footer, and I'll dig into it when we get to that. I typically do the header and footer at the start of a project, but that's if I'm doing a bigger website. When I'm just doing a landing page, I like to do it towards the end. So you're gonna see we're gonna do that at the end, okay? So now, staging site done, settings done. Let's hit publish, and we're actually gonna dig into this. Let's take a little moment here. We're coming up on the 1 hour mark. Let's see what we got here. Rick the Ruler. Josh said, you should see my download folders. I know, I think I heard somebody in Pro saying that, they're like, how do you organize your files? And they're like, everything's in my downloads folder. And I was like, I'm glad I'm not the only one that's like that. Someday I'll have a VA, and I will task them with like, here is a copy of my downloads folder. Please go through it and please fix my life. Josh said he loves the branding. And then let's see. Well, really, I need to check that plugin out getting started is the longest part for alt text. Oh yeah, yeah. It's let's take a sidebar for a second here. Yeah, there it is right there. Alttext.ai. It's super great. I use the $5 a month option, and so it's always great when you try to show somebody something and it doesn't load, right? Anyway, trust me, it's a thing. And yeah, it's $5 a month, and I think it gives you like, oh, here we go, now it's working. Well, let's see here. Okay, this is a cabinet image. I was working on some Google posts for my cabinet maker. Okay, yeah, let's see what it said there. Oh, it just said, okay, a black cabinet with open shelves. Yep, that's exactly what it is. You know, it's like you're done. You move on to the next image. And like, for instance, I had, for this website, we have a gallery with hundreds of images, you know, and the uploading process wasn't that hard, right? Now it's the alt text, and alt text is super important for SEO. And so, is it perfect? Hell no. And so you kind of got to go back in and make sure that some of the stuff makes sense, because it won't. But yeah, that is the let's see, AI alt text tool. It's called alttext.ai, and it's like $5 a month. They chose a really good name. Yeah, $5 a month, you get 100 credits a month, and they let you, I don't remember exactly how it works, but you can, oh, there it is. You can get 50 more credits for $3. So pretty affordable. I don't think I've ever spent more than the $5 one, and I'm perfectly fine giving it my money. So, all right, let's get back into it. So now, just to review where we're at, we're going to build out, always my favorite section to build out is the hero section. And so there's a couple things I'm looking at here from like a designer perspective or developer's perspective maybe, is that in this mock-up, the logo is bigger than it's going to be. And what I picture happening is we're probably going to have to use a little bit, I use JavaScript, CSS pairing to figure out how far we've scrolled up the screen, and then the logo will kind of snap into that smaller size. And so what I'm picturing, and maybe we won't do I don't know exactly. I might leave this part for later, but maybe we'll do it right now. Depends on how long I want to stand. I'm standing right now, and so I'm going to have to do some calisthenics when we hit hour 2. But something about shrinking that image there. Divi kind of does that by default, but this would be like extra big because we want to get the branding out there. And then I think that's a way where we would have like a sticky header, and then I don't know. I'm still thinking about that. So that's why I want to do the header for last, because I do want to think about that. This will all be pretty straightforward. And so just quickly on some, from an SEO perspective, this is an H1, this is an H2, all right? So this is what's called eyebrow copy, and this is totally to help the search engines find this page. And so we're going to start right there with the H1, and I like to just kind of put it out of the way. And then this will just be a paragraph block. And then to do these two buttons side by side, there's a bunch of tutorials out there on how to do this using Divi and other tools. Divi Pixel has a side by side button module that's super easy, so we'll just use that to make things easy. So that's it. Let's go. Going to the home page. I put my headphones in before this because I was planning to listen to music as I was getting ramped up to do this, to like psych myself up. And I didn't do that. And then I left them in, and now I'm afraid to take them out because I'm afraid it's going to screw everything up. So I'm just going to leave them in, even though I can't hear anything. Like there's nothing in my ears. It's just there as a comfort. Okay, so we're going to build from scratch. We're starting from scratch here. And how many rows do we have here? Pop quiz for the people out there. This is a one row, okay? So we're going to go one row. And Divi has you, so if you've never used Divi before, it has sections. So that's what we started in, was a new section. And then it has rows, and so you can have like multiple, or you have rows kind of stacked on each other in a section. And then inside of a section, or inside of a row, you have columns. So section, row, column. And then inside of the column, you have modules. And so we're going to start by having a text module. I like to lock this in over here on the right, and I'll just make my life easy. Copy this over here. Let's make these closer. All right, and then, hey, look, we got our favicon. Zoom, damn it. Hey, that doesn't look too bad. You know, you can't really see the words, but I like it. I think it's gonna work. Okay, now I lied. Mobile EV charging in Bend, Oregon. Mobile EV charging in Bend, Oregon. So I'm going to keep it capital, but I'm going to use a text transform to do that, and you'll see what I mean by that here in a second. So I'm going to change this to H1. There's a million ways to do that. And then I'm trying to remember, this was actually Open Sans, so I'm going to do that. So you got to go to heading text. This is going to be the only H1, so I'm not too worried about like replicating this. And if I have another H1 on the page, I'll probably copy this style. I do really like this eyebrow copy style, but I'll just I'm going to duplicate the home page when I go to make other pages. Okay, so I did have a certain letter spacing -54, so that's down here. Whoa, I was gonna say, I don't think that's right. It's probably more like 5.4. Let's go, well, this is usually like one, I like M's over pixels. Can you guys see that? Did I zoom in? Well, and then you can't see what's going on over here. Now I've really screwed it up. There we go. And then I'm going to use this text transform here to make it all capitals. I like having it be lowercase behind the scenes, because then that way, if it shows up in Google for some reason, it'll have the right casing. Is that a word? Somebody's homework assignment to look that up. Okay, mobile EV charging in Bend, Oregon. So this is actually going to be white. I guess I should work on the background. I got excited and just started going straight into the elements. Okay, left align. That'll probably change on mobile, so that's something to think about. And then it is going to be white. So let's do that, and then I'll stop there. Okay, so again, sometimes it's good to look at the kind of the wireframe view. I think that's what they call it, right? Yeah, I'm in the way. The wireframe view. So you go down here and you click that. So many texts, I can't check them. And so this shows you kind of the outline of the site. And so right now we have our one section right here, we have a row, and we have the text. And so I'm going to go to the section, and you can also just go like this too. See how it's blue? All right, we're going to start with the background. So I need this image right here. So I'm just going to mess everything up. I'm going to copy. And I like to make my hero images, although I'm sure this isn't right anymore, 1920 by 1080. Just because I think that's 16 by 9. And then I'm going to bring this back. So I want it to look kind of like that. So maybe a little like that. Doesn't have to be perfect. I want the guy to be seen. The thing too is like every screen size is different, so like don't spend too much time on this, Sam. Okay, here we go. And then I'll call it, I usually just start by all of them with the same thing. Could write EV Mobile. Kind of help for like branded SEO. Could write EV Mobile hero. I should say person charging vehicle, something like that. It's good to describe the image, right? And then, so when I'm saving images, this is kind of the workflow I always go through with Canva as I go up here. For every other image besides like the logo is I'll go JPEG and I bump it down to 70. And then what that should give me, let's see what pops up in our downloads folder here. So 148 kilobytes. And so a lot of people might say like, oh no, that's more than 100 kilobytes, Sam. What have you done? That's going to tank your SEO. I just hit the mic. I'm not too worried about that, especially for the hero image. I want it to look okay, but I also don't want it to take forever to load. So I think we're fine. All right, so we're gonna go to background image and click here. I should be able to just go like that. Yeah, and again, alt text should be put in here. I'm gonna save that for later for the sake of time. And then right now it's gonna look really funky because there's no content, but as it fills up, it'll look better. And then I like to do a gradient overlay. And so I click on the left one and I'll do like black, but then I'll do like 67-ish%. Sometimes if I'm feeling funny, I'll do 69%. And then I'll do the same thing with the other stop right here. And then the magic is you click right here, place gradient above image, and that gives you that effect that we had over there in Canva where it's covered like that. So bam. Okay, so now we got our eyebrow copy. We can see it now. I'm going to duplicate that because why not? And so I already see there's one thing I want to change with the spacing because I want these to be close together. And I'm trying to figure out if I want to do it now. I kind of want to keep the default. Let's do it. Let's just do it on that one. I was trying to figure out if I wanted to do it and then delete it and then duplicate it again, but I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to do like 1% for the margin there. And so it should be pretty tight. And then this one's going to be a lot bigger. So this is going to be our H2 now. And this is kind of in StoryBrand, they talk about having a headline that clearly states what the hell you do. Like that's what it should be. And you got to be careful if you're going to do a line break. You got to be really careful because it's so easy to screw this up here. So let me show you a little trick here. So I like to do this part on the front end. And then I'll click over here and do text. Ah, man, see what happened here? This is why you got to be careful. I always forget you want to paste into the text box because otherwise you get all this crap. So I'm just going to do it in here. I just hit my Stream Deck. Hopefully I didn't turn anything off. And I'm going to do the H2 right here. Okay. And now the big thing here is there's actually a line break right here. And see how it's well, you can't really see right now because it's black text, but the line is breaking properly. If you try to do it, a lot of times what I see when I do like an SEO audit is you'll actually end up getting two H2 sections there, and you don't want that. So that's why you want to do it like that. Okay, so now let's go here, heading text. So this, I believe, was Roboto, and we've learned that we can't rely on our letter spacing. So let's just work our way down. Okay, switch to H2. Whoops, H2. Whoops, what's happening here? There we go. So default, that's fine. I think even the font weight is good. Is that bold? I guess that is bold. Okay, let's try that out. Oh, let's turn it to white so we can see what the hell we're doing. There we go. Yeah, bold. That looks good. And then maybe like 1 pixel down. Sometimes you want to do like a 1/2 pixel down. That's good. I like the letters being tighter. I don't know why right now. I've been seeing that a lot lately. Okay. I feel like we're going to want it bigger than that. I don't know what size we are right now. Let's look at that. So let's do like 3M, 4M, 5M, 4M. There we go. There we go. You don't want to go too close because then you can't really see what the hell's going on. All right. And that line height looks good. Let me just play with that a little bit. I think that's okay. I don't need to match this exactly. I felt pretty good about that design. So, okay, so that's good. We're definitely going to want some spacing up at the top, but I think maybe we worry about that when we get to the logo. Let's do a little. It'd probably actually be best to do it as let's do it as padding on the section. So we'll do maybe like 5% right now, just to give us, well, let's do it like 10%. Yeah, let's do not what I said. There we go. 10%. Now we got a little room to breathe. We can see what we're doing. Okay, so we're going to duplicate that. But then I'm going to switch it to just plain text. I just remembered that I want to fix something, so bear with me. When I do this, that should make it just regular text. So I'll do that so we can see what the heck's going on. And we're going to want to change the width there, because see how it's going way out and it doesn't really match everything else. Oh yeah, content. Watch, it's going to have some weird Canva stuff in there. See, it's got this like span and all this other crap. So we'll go like that. And we can just go back here to H1 and we should get everything back. Boom. And then I'm going to change the spacing here. I think the default is about 5%. So, well, I lied. Well, that looks good. Okay, so now I'm going to change this. I like bumping up the font size just a little bit for readability on desktop, not a lot. I know me and Carolyn were just talking about this the other day, but just a little bit, especially in the hero section. The rest of the sections I'll usually go about 1M, maybe 1.1, 1.2, but I feel like sometimes it's worth it in the hero section. So let's bump this down. I don't know about 50, but let's try that out. 50%. I think it could be a little, you know, it's kind of like the grids and stuff, like in life. Like sometimes I think it's good to kind of break past that. That looks, I think that's the spot. I think maybe a little more line height. A little more line height. Like that. Like, I don't know. It's not perfect. All right, now we need buttons. So let's do our buttons. So like I said, you can do a button in Divi by default. If you want to make them side by side, just go Google Divi button side by side, because there's a million tutorials on that, and it's pretty much just CSS. But it's kind of complicated, and so, but if you have DiviPixel, and they're not an affiliate or anything, I just use them, okay? And so if I can figure out how to have an affiliate link for them, I'll get it, because I'll sell that all day. So my one complaint is the button thing. The button setup was a little convoluted, but usually I just skip the steps. It's like, once you put an admin label, all this other stuff. So we'll just go in, button type button, settings, button text. What's the first one? How does it work? So how does it work? And I'm actually gonna, how does it work? And I'll use the text transform here in a second. And then I'm gonna call the section, how does it work? So this isn't called an anchor link. If you've never done that before, I'm sure 2 of the 3 people watching the video know what anchor links are. One person might not, but hopefully hundreds of people will watch this video down the road. There's no way they're gonna sit through the whole thing, but Godspeed if you're making your way through it. So that will jump down to a section later on. So we're gonna assign an ID called how does it work, which I'm actually gonna write down so I don't forget for later. So that way it jumps straight to that section. So how does it work? That is going to be our ID. Awesome. Okay. Now that's that. I'm trying to remember, I think this is actually like, yeah, we don't want to do it there. Okay. Divi has a little reset button right there. Okay, so we go in here, go to button style, use custom styles. Yes. Okay, this is important. So not that long ago, a while ago, I was listening to a podcast, and the guy talked about CSS first design, and really it was about like coding things for reusable elements. So that way, if you need to change something down the road, it's as simple as, you know, clicking a thing, you know, or changing a hex code or something like that. And man, has that changed the game. And so actually, instead of, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click that, and I'm going to show you why, and then we're going to circle back and we're going to do some CSS. I'm going to show you how we do that. Okay, I almost hit the pause button. I don't know what that would do to the stream. So we do that because Divi has this like, I don't want to say stupid hover effect, but I don't like it. And so if you go down here, I think that should turn it off, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now we're good to go. And then I'm just going to go back, I'm going to duplicate this button. I'm not going to put an admin label. And I'm going to go to the settings. And this one's going to be get service now. And I'm going to, now for this one, and maybe I'll change my mind on this later, but I'm actually going to have this one bump down to the contacts section. And, but we're going to have it very clear what the phone number is. So if they, because a lot of Rick services are going to be like subscription based, and so maybe they want service now monthly, and so I just want to give them that option. So when they get there, it'll shoot right to the contact section and basically be like, you know, not necessarily flashing, but like, here's the phone number, clearly click here to call. Don't fill out the form, call the number. So we got our 2 buttons. They're going to go to the right place. Oh, we want to do one more thing. If you go to advanced down here, we want to add a class. And so I'm going to call this, let's call this, what do we got? We got green buttons. We got pretty much all green buttons. So I like to call this, I can't remember. I'm going to open my theme customizer. I have some classes built in here. You'll see. I based it off of the most complicated friggin' button I ever made. So if I get out of the way, additional CSS is down here. And then somewhere in my mess of code is some stuff about the buttons. There we go, button styling. And so I call it TD button and TD sec button. So this would be TD sec button. All right. And then the other one would be TD button. And then we'll be able to kind of reuse this throughout. So I'll go back in here, advance, class, TD button. Okay. Yeah, we'll figure that out. And then the flex settings is row, and then wrap, yes, and justify content. Flex start means to the left, and baseline's fine by me. We'll do center. Okay, so flex start, when it comes to CSS flex, it's like start is either the top or the left. I'm using my right hand to show left. And so that's saying align to the left, not center it, and then redoing rows to have them side by side. And I think DiviPixel, yeah, it lets you change it on mobile, so we probably have those buttons break down on top of each other on mobile. Like I said, I'll worry about the mobile stuff later. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hit save. And now I'm going to go to our button styling. I'm going to hit refresh. Where's the page at? Oh yeah, it was brand new, so that wasn't there before. All right, I'm gonna drink some coffee here. I'm gonna look at the chat. Nothing. Gotta love it from Rick. It's always good. What's going on over there, party people? Daryl Wilson. Yeah, let's see. The video I watched on how to do live stream said I should be engaging with the people watching. So, but I can't think of any engaging questions. So. Let me know what your favorite color is. All right, let's get back into this. So, seeing some duplicated stuff here. Okay, so going down to the button, I have a little button section right here. So I'm going to inspect. So this lets you see, it's kind of hard for you guys to see, I'm sure, but so the way the buttons work on this is, so this is the grid, and then you have like the container for the button, and then inside of that is the actual button, which I think is actually the A. So the class, if you're looking here, the class gets put on the container, and the button is actually the A. And so like my code's broken right now, but if I just make A, then we should be good to go. Now I also have another thing somewhere else, so let me fix that. I think it's right here. And sometimes you just have to hit save and refresh too. But okay, so I got all this fancy stuff going on with this button. And so I need to pull some of that off. So let me reset this real quick. So the background color is actually going to be that green. Whoops, it's going to be that green, which I should have written down somewhere. But that's why I leave that up. So background color green. Okay, that's good. Not really sure what that's pulling off of, but I'll figure it out. Oh, look at that. Button grid A. Nope. Whatever. I'll figure it out. The padding, probably be a little bit more. Let's go like, it's probably going to get taken up by something else. The color, we'll just make it white. FFF. Border radius is going to be like 100 because we want it to be round. The border though, we want to do none. Block shadow, none. And I think, yes, Dr. Dunn, I do use the same CSS for all of them. This is basically my child theme. And so I'm trying to think what we want to do on hover here. We definitely, something's wrong with the padding. We need to work on that. I think one of my go-tos, I think what let me see, what are these guys doing? That's boring. I mean, that's nice. It's kind of boring, you know? We gotta add a little pizzazz for Rick. I do always like the, like, when the button, like, lifts up, like we're trying to charge it. But you also don't want it to be too aggressive. Like, I could picture, like, you know, the button, like, looking like it's getting shocked or something. But that would be ridiculous, and people would get off of the site in a heartbeat. So let's go with, so I'm gonna do, I can't remember what this is now. I think it's transform, no, it'd be transition first, and then it'd be transform Y, and we want it to go up the Y axis. So I think it'd be like -1%. Still got the friggin' old one on there. I gotta find that. It's gonna kill me. Okay, there's that, and there's that. Okay, I think it's just hasn't cleared off yet. Okay, so I'm gonna hit publish. I'm gonna hit refresh, and hopefully that'll wipe it out. Sometimes, you know, it's caching and all that other stuff. So let's see. Aha! See, I didn't do the I didn't do the CSS right for the hover effect. Let's work on that. We might have to pull out our handy dandy coding assistant ChatGPT here. Okay, where is it? Here it is. Transition, translate Y, -5. Let's just see if I no. Transition scale. Oh, that's, oh no, it's transform. I was right, transform. Whoa! Translate Y, that's what I was thinking. So I want to go up the Y axis. Bam, 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 bam. What do you guys think? Something. Okay. Where's this padding coming from? I know. This is what I do. I get stuck in the weeds. But if you do it right once, that's the good thing about it. If you do it right once, then you never have to do it again. Okay, it's being overridden somewhere. Tell me where. It's being, oh God. Okay. So my biggest complaint about DiviPixel is they use aggressive CSS. And so they do things like body hashtag page container, which is like basically the highest level CSS selector you can do. And so it's so hard to overwrite it. So you basically just have to fight fire with fire and come back with an even longer selector to overwrite it. So bastards, but it's a good tool. I like it. That's really my only complaint is the CSS stuff. And whatever I said earlier, I had another complaint. Actually, now that I think about it. It's probably not going to show up until I hit refresh. One thing that would be good too is maybe to, let me do that. Yeah. So here's what the site looks like live right now. Hey, look at that. We're making progress. It's looking like a website. So we still need to work on our logo there. So the padding's not working, which I can tell. I usually do an incognito window, but because we're on under construction mode, I do intentionally want to do that because I don't want this out in the wild. Let's see. No, we're still getting taken. Okay, so where is this button wrap? Okay, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, I swear. Let's see here. Where is this button wrap at? Oh, this is it right here. Oh, those bastards. Okay, so I just messed up the order. So the button wrap is the A. So that's the A. And I think, man, I don't know. Okay, there we go. I think I might be able to take this off. Nope. I really don't want it to say 0. And the reason why is that's only going to do that button. So this is the CSS troubleshooting part of the video. Ah, shoot. Well, it is what it is. Friggin', you know what? I might be able to actually swap this out with TD button because that's the same place. Let's go! All right, we're back in business. All right, so we don't want the button to look like that. I want more of like a flatter, narrower button. So I think the first one's the top and the bottom. So we can definitely bring that down. Let's do like a 0.5 M. And then this one, let's actually bump up to 1.5, 1.75. How about even a 2M? Look at that. How does it work? And then we need a text transform, uppercase, please. Come on. Oh, there it is. Don't use important unless you have to. How does it work? Let's see. How are we doing? How does it work? Oh, I did black. Yeah, that's probably more accessible. You always got to think about accessibility. You know, some people can't see as good as other people. You know, I can't think as good as other people. So, you know, we got to help those people out. Is that too many zeros? Nope. Okay. So it's taking its time catching up there, but it'll figure it out. Now I'm going to basically do the same thing, but try to be much lazier with the secondary button because there's only one of those on the page. So I'm just going to copy all of this to begin with. TD sec button, remember that. And I'm going to get rid of this. And I'm going to get rid of all this. Make this TD sec button. That should happen. Enter. Oh, I have an error somewhere. Oh, I lost my... There we go. I need to duplicate this because of friggin' DiviPixel. If you've ever sat down and watched one of my long-ass live streams before, this always ends up happening, me just devolving into CSS for about 30 minutes. But the buttons are important, you know, you got to get it right. And now I can fine-tune it, I can tweak it a lot better. I should make a more basic button that I could build it off of, but alas, I have not. So this is background color none. And then we're going to bring the border back in. It's going to be, we'll call it white, 1 pixel, probably more like 2 pixels, solid. Whoops, 21 pixels. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Border radius should be good. Everything else looks good. This should be white. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, one thing I should say is that I've been starting to use like the black slot's not updated. CSS variables. I don't know if you guys have ever looked into that, but sometimes that helps. I use that on my site, and I used that on a client site recently. I'm not going to do it for Rick's because I think the color palette's simple enough. I don't see it changing, but one that could potentially have like a rebrand, it's good to do like actual variables, so that way you can swap those out. Okay, so now I'm gonna do this thing. Nope. This one, I think. Oh, this is a problem. Oh gosh, I don't know what just happened there. All right, let's hit publish and a refresh and see where we're at with our buttons. Okay. Screwed something up there. Transform, translate Y. What did I just delete? That shouldn't have any bearing on this. Friggin' CSS. TD button, A hover. Yeah. Oh, look, this is trying to kick back on now. I think that's what it is, actually. Nope. Pff. Pff. Oh, you know what? I think it's, see how the padding's going down? Okay. I think I know exactly what's happening. And we'll explain it in 1 second. Sec button, okay. So I believe what's happening is when the button is getting hovered on, it's defaulting back. See, right here, it's defaulting back to the stupid Divi Pixel thing. So now I have to copy all of this stuff, and I'm gonna add hover to the end. Take that, DiviPixel. What do you think of that? Oh yeah, so look. All right, hey, check it out. Okay, ready, set, refresh. Oh, I don't know where this, I don't know, that's actually kind of, I have no idea where that that white is coming in, but I actually kind of like it, so I'm gonna leave it. All right, there you go. So that's it. We got a hero section. And so I can already tell I probably want to take down the bottom padding. So let's go back over here, and I'm gonna unchain those and do maybe like a 5%, and we'll play around with that. I'm not married to that. I'm gonna hit save. I'm gonna refresh here so that way it's updated with the buttons, because that'll just look funny the rest of the time. And sometimes I like to purge the cache just for fun. And let's jump back in and we'll get started on the next section. Let's go. We're gonna take a little break here, check out the chat. Yes, yeah, basically a child theme, but it sucks. And I always have to change the code and do things like this. Thanks to DiviPixel. All right. That's not enough coffee. All right, let's see here. Drink some water. All right, so where are we at here? I don't know how to get to stop doing that. You know what the problem is I have my phone plugged in so that it doesn't die, and so the cord is running on the monitor, and that's what's happening as I'm typing, and it's pulling on the cord. So we're learning. Yep, there's the edges of the green screen. It's all an illusion. This is how it works. Says the guy that's never done a live stream before. It's pretty cool. I can't believe how well that's working. You know, like I said, the green screen's right there. I feel like a weatherman. I need to come up with like different backgrounds to have like, all right, today in Bend, we're going to have a foot of snow, and it's going to be really hard to drive around. That's what it feels like outside. All right. So we've got section number 1 in the books. Go back to our little wireframe. Looks pretty close. Like I said, we're missing the header, but we'll work our way up to that. And so now we're going to get going with the next section. So one thing I think about, I try to think about this beforehand, but this one is kind of unique, and this makes me think of the, what do they call it? The Bento box style that's become popular. And I think it is Bento box design. And I know like Apple used it. They've been using it for like this stuff. Gosh, where's this going to take me? Yeah, stuff like that, right? And so a lot of people have been doing this on their websites. And so I thought about that. I was like, you know, like I want my man Rick to have a pretty modern site. And so, but this is also like kind of hard to maintain because like you see the different heights. And so I'm trying to do like a cheater's version because Divi's just not built well for Bento box style. And so this is going to be my attempt at it. But just so you know, what I'm going to do here, let me bust out a rectangle border. Okay. Color none. So, you know, all websites are just rectangles at the end of the day, right? And so we're going to have our, you know, our section is this whole thing, right? All the way down to the button. And then we're going to have 2 rows. We'll have one here. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll run here, probably going out to like here, actually. And then one here, and then one down here for the button. And then inside of that, we'll have 2 columns. And so we'll probably left align this text and keep it kind of up in the top left. Maybe we'll like try to line it up so it's always centered with 24/7 roadside assistance. And then same thing over here with each one of these, they'll be inside columns. And so this will be centered. And what I'm picturing is maybe using the background color with some padding. And padding is, well, maybe that'll be margin. So we might have to do some CSS. And so that, I saw there was a comment, so I'm looking at that. So yeah, margin is like the space outside of the box, and padding is the space inside. So we're going to play around with that. One of those two will get us to that style. Bird View said, wait, can you go back to the, and then I can't see because there's a reaction thing in the way. Wait, can you go back to the Bento sizes? So see what I mean here? It's like how they're not lined, like the top ones, that's easy. We could do that all day. And then you get down to here. Now I can think of ways to do this with like CSS grid. I think that would be fine. You could do like certain amounts of M's to, or not M's, but like it's called FRs. I can't remember what that stands for right now, but you could use CSS grid to do something like this. But I think it'd be hard to be responsive. I think you'd have to like lock in your sizes and then break at certain points, which I've noticed a lot of people do. That's actually what I ended up doing for Then Designs. Is I need to bear with me. I'm trying really hard to be secure today. Okay, back over here. I'm gonna pull up Okay, so I made it so that it's actually, see how it's not like changing at all? That's because it's a set font size until you get to a certain breakpoint, and then it changes, and then it changes again. And so there's like 3 sets, which is like old school responsive, right? You just have like the breakpoints, but like new school would be like, let's do a certain percentage, or let's use VW or something like that. And so Josh, which is asking, what do they do for mobile? Just single column scroll or redirect to mobile app? LOL. I don't know. I mean, I know this was just for like a product thing, right? But people have started to use that on websites. And so I think Webflow has like a thing built into it for this. And so I think they just break down into single columns eventually. Like that's what you're going to have to do. Like maybe with some of the smaller ones, right? You can maybe do like 2 small columns next to each other, which is totally doable with Grid. We've got Bird View over there. She's probably mocking it up as we speak. So that'll be fun. Okay, so yeah, that's my plan here. So we're going to do, okay. So the nice thing, after you do websites for a while, you can kind of picture in your head like, okay, this is what it's going to look like, and you kind of know the constraints that you live in with your page builder, and so that's always kind of nice. And so as I was designing this, I was thinking about that, but I wanted to do a little behind the scenes, like this is what I'm thinking. So let's get into the section. Sometimes it's helpful to just duplicate it. It can be hard. See how the header gets in the way, and so that's why I'm going to jump back to wireframe view. It's hiding behind me, I know, but do that. And then you just click that little button and it'll duplicate the section. So now we're going to have 2 heroes, but we're going to go through and knock some of this stuff out. And so I'm going to change the background. I'm just going to reset this, and that should take us to white. Bird view, I'm leaning on you here. Do you got a good off-white hex code for me? I might be willing to make a pivot here, but I want it to still be bright. I still want it to be bright. Okay, so now we need to completely change the look here. Although I think with this Canva view, it's more of like, imagine like a 1080 width. And so beyond that, we don't want it to get a whole lot wider. And so the way Divi sets up, if I'm not mistaken, is at an 80% width by default. And so I'm okay with that. And so I'm going to bump this down. I do like the 5%. I do like the 5%. So let's do that. 5, we'll lock those back together. And then, so that looks good. So it has a max width of 1440, but it's also at 80%, which is closer to 1080. And so I like that. And so what we're going to need is 3 rows all together, and they're going to need 2 columns. So let's turn back on. I can't see anything because it's all white text right now. We don't need the H1, so I'm just going to knock that out. I'm going to turn back on. I'm going to change the color. The H2. I'm going to try that off black. Oh wait, I'm on H1. Off black right here. All right, and it's going to need to be smaller than that. And again, this comes back to SEO. So this everything I do is SEO. I eat, sleep, and breathe SEO. And so I'm thinking EV charging services is probably in the ballpark of what we need to see here. So that's what I'm going to do there. And then this is kind of like, this actually does cover the pain points. I forgot. This was Sam. This is Sam the copywriter, not ChatGPT the copywriter. So every once in a while I see something that I wrote and I'm like, yeah, I did that. Take that, AI. So okay, so that's that. Now, oh yeah, so now we're gonna turn this into two columns. Now this is where it's gonna get tricky, but I think I know what I want to do here. See, we're gonna need to bump the font size down a little bit. We're gonna keep running into that problem, but that's okay. We'll do that in a second. So I think what I want to do, let's see what happens if I make a background here. Where am I at? Why can't I see that? Oh, there's no content. Okay. Yep. Okay, so this will be like an H3. So I like to live off of one text module, so that way if you need to switch it quickly, you can. Okay, see how that came in? I like gray. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna circle back to what you wrote, bird view. Give me a second here. I shouldn't have done that. Now I got that crap in there. Ah, man, that means it's in there. I do this all the time when I use, this is why Canva's not the best tool for this. But it works. It works. It gets the job done. Okay, so we're on H3. We're gonna go white. We're gonna go F4, F4, F4. Let's try that. Where am I? Whoops. There we go. Okay, so H3, let's go like probably in the 1M, probably in the 2M range, probably in the like 1.5M range, and center, and then we'll work on everything else. We're gonna need some padding. So the good thing here is we can really build out one, and then we can do the rest. Now here's the problem, is how are we gonna do this part? There's a couple things we can do. Well, we could do some CSS for sure. What I'm thinking right now is like you could flex, but we'd have to do a custom element because right now we're kind of the deepest level we can get. It doesn't have to look like this. So DiviPixel has a bunch of cool things. Let's take a look at what DiviPixel has. I always forget all the cool modules that it has. I know it has some stuff for tilt image, testimonial slider. We'll probably use that later. We need something more like timeline. That's a good one. Balloon. Need like a card. Yeah. All right. Well. Oh, I think this is the one I'm thinking of. See, it has these effects, but you don't have to use these effects. It's like, I don't know about you guys, that's a little crazy for me. It's kind of fun to have stuff like that, you know, but that's more along the lines of what I'm thinking. But also, like, I don't know, I guess none of this is something we can't do without Divi. I'm just going to put the image below. So it's going to look more like, this. And then we'll just center that. I think that'll be okay. We'll play around with it a little bit. So, okay. At the image, just do a regular image. I like to pull in images at 1,000 by 1,000 a lot of the time. But I think this is supposed to be like a rectangle. So let's do, actually, let's do, Look at this poor schmo. He's like, damn it, I forgot to charge my Tesla. Where's Rick when I need him? All right. Again, download JPEG, 70%. This should be a lot smaller because it's so 63 kilobytes this time, which is good. We want under 100 kilobytes. I'm glad Rick saw that. Okay, so we'll go here to the images. We'll add this in. Again, you would put alt text, something like person standing on side of road. Very disappointed they haven't used Good Ride EV mobile charging. Something like that. Okay, so we're going to go sizing. We're going to bump it way down. It's probably going to be like, we'll go with like 33%, and we'll do module alignment center, and that's good for now. I think we'll do just some rounded corners here, and I think we're going to do like a subtle rounded corner, maybe like a 6 pixel, and we'll do the same thing on the outside here in a second, but we're not quite there yet. Move this over here. Yeah, just like my downloads folder, my tabs get a little out of hand. All right, so I'm going to duplicate this, bring it down, and just because they're different sizes, I'm actually going to add one more too. So this one will do this stuff. And then on this one, we'll do kind of the parenthetical text. And so first things first, let's do this one, text. We'll bump back to white. I'll center it. And I think this is a good time for 1M and maybe a tighter line height. That should be good. And again, I really should be doing mobile right now, but just for the sake of time, I'm not going to do that. And I don't mind sitting down and kind of copying things around. So copy module style, and then I'll go paste module style so I can work off of that, and then I'll make this guy real small. Not real small, but a little smaller. Maybe like 0.8 M, which is not the most successful thing in the world, but that's okay. You know, this is like, we don't want you to see that as much. Okay, so now Divi does make it a little harder to work on a column, and so I think we're going to have to do this with CSS, but let's see here. So one thing we want to do is with our custom CSS, we already have something built in that if we equalize columns, it'll get centered like that, so that's good. And then, so that's on the row. So now I'm going to go back to the column here. When you go to spacing, you only get padding, which is good because we do want that. So let's go like 5%. Probably a little less. Percent. We'll do the border, what did I say, 7 pixels. And then let's give this a little pop here with a little box shadow. And I can already see some things I want to change here. The image by default always does a little space below the image. So I'm going to knock that out, and I'm going to manually put in like a 3% margin below. And then I'll do the same thing to the header. Actually, I'm going to go back. I'm going to make that like 5%. And then I'll do the same thing to the header. So that way the image kind of has the appearance of being centered. Or wait, I just go to spacing. So I see I already on 1. There we go, 5. Okay, that looks all right. Get a roadside charge. This could be bigger.
Is it a Velcro grid or Velcro down?
There we go. Looks different, but I like it. This could be a lot bigger. And then this needs to be bigger. Okay, I'm really getting this one dialed in because we're gonna repeat this. And then I should see what this looks like. Whoops. Uh-oh. When it gets squished. Yeah, that's okay. All right. It's a little bit different than what we were originally looking at, but so here's the problem, and I'm just going to preview it by duplicating this. No, actually, I think that's going to look okay. So let's try this. My only complaint right now is I feel like it's taking up too much space. So I'm actually going to try to bump this down to 0. No. Yeah, well. This needs to be smaller. I hate when it's not on a round number. I don't know. What do we think? Do we think that we need... I feel like we might need a little more border radius. Ooh. Okay. Oh, there's Loaf. Loaf barking in the background. You guys aren't familiar with Loaf. You need to step up your fandom. Whatever that means. If you get bored, you can go watch local SEO lessons with Loaf, the Corgi puppy, on the channel. All right, it's a little tight, but I think that now you can kind of fit it in a fold. And also, it doesn't necessarily all need to be on one scroll. It's giving the illusion of the next thing. So you're like, oh, okay, I see what's coming up. Let me keep going. So, okay, let's go back here. Okay. I'd seen a suggestion. Oh yeah, I hit freaking Command S or Control S every once in a while. I saw a suggestion for F4, F4, F4. Ooh, okay. What'd she say? Gradient that to we're doing it live here, people. Oh, did I just screw it up? I can't tell which way it's going. I never know what's going on with gradients. I know they're cool. Oh shit. I don't want to do that. Can I go back? Yeah. Oh, that's my second swearing. Who's keeping track? I want to click that. There we go. I never know which way to do it. Let's do like 145 degrees? Sure. All right. Okay, so let's get the rest of these plopped up. So give me a second. This would be the part where the video would fast forward if we weren't live. So I've got this. So now we can go here. File, make a copy. Thank you, OBS. What is this? What is OBS trying to tell me? options. Oh, wow. If OBS is trying to tell me something, it's important because it's the thing recording this. Okay, I don't see anything, so I think we're okay. All right, so we got that image. File. Make a copy. This one. Yeah, I was kind of talking to Carolyn about this the other day. It's like, sometimes I just use stock images with clients. Sometimes, that's all you need. I feel like for my man Rick, like this might be all we need. But eventually down the road, I think it's good to, as things go, as you level up the business, to really swap things out with more professional images. Hopefully when Rick becomes the first person in Central Oregon making 6 figures from his business, he can work with the branding photographer I'm about to work with, and get some real top-notch pictures of him in action, and those would be great. But in the meantime, stock photos work just fine. So we'll do that, and I always make sure I include an image credit page, so that way, and I mentioned something about being like a Canva Pro user. It all talks about in their terms and conditions that you're allowed to use them even for commercial use or something like that, and so I just throw that in there just to cover my butt and my clients' butts, because last thing we need is to get sued, right? All right. So we got monthly charging, subscription, all the charges you need. Sounds crazy, like get in right now while you still can at this rate, people, like it's crazy. And then this one, I feel like one of these is within 40, one of them 60, the rest are 40. Okay, that's what it is. I knew that one of them was different. Charge while you shop. I don't know how much it is to go to a charging station. But I mean, just for the convenience of not having to sit there, like if you got a Tesla or a Rivian, you can afford that. Like don't act like you can't. Command S. All right. Boom. Another. Oh shoot, we got one more thing. We got a button here. Okay, so the rest of the buttons are singular, and I'm not gonna lie, that stupid Divi Pixel thing kind of pisses me off. And so sometimes I break form and go back to a standard Divi button, but I think I'm gonna stick. I think we did our due diligence here. Oh, this isn't gonna work. Well, let's just plop this in there for now. We need another row. Just a single row, and then I'll move this down, and we'll get rid of that second button. And so now we do want to put it in the center, and I'll get rid of that button right there. And I'll go here, and the button said, ask a question, which I think should jump down to contact, because I think that's really, Rick's uphill battle is training people on his service, and there's a lot of people doing that right now. There's a lot of people kind of with an entrepreneurial mindset, which is great, but then how do we train these people? Like, how do we let them know what the service is? Okay, we need a little padding. Let's do like 3%. There we go. All right. The button's a way different size than it was here, but I think that's better. I did have this like thought of including this somewhere. I'm just gonna see what that would look like. Let's do file, create design, custom, 1000. I'm gonna do, I could do a PNG, transparent, all that stuff, but it's gonna be in the background. So, oh shoot. See, this is one of the reasons why we have to do white, I feel like. Well, we definitely couldn't do a gradient. I don't know. Let's just see what it looks like. Let's try it out. So, it would be like, I don't know if we'll keep this or not. We might use it for some. Okay, we don't want cover. We want actual size? No, we want like custom size. Like 50%. Yeah, it'd be something like that. It'd be something like that. I don't know. So we could do that, or we could do that. All right, live vote. Who's still paying attention? We got background number 1, subtle hint of the logo in the background, or we have background number 2 with the gray. And I think maybe the gray is kind of an offsetting one, because it is good to have the sections kind of stagger their background color sometimes, just as that like, oh, we're in a new section, especially something like this, which looks different. I mean, I think it's pretty clear where the section ends, but I don't know. For now, I'm gonna go with the gray, and I'm gonna disable this so I still have it, but you won't be able to see it. There's a setting right here in Divi down the bottom. You click the little 3 dots, and I really don't like this disabled modules at 50%, so I just turn that off, and then it's gone. All right, so I'll make a copy of this gray one and hit save, and let's look at the next section. Meet the founders. Okay, this one's going to be a little bit more straightforward. Now again, we're following the StoryBrand philosophy here, and the big thing with StoryBrand is positioning the client as the hero of the journey, and you're the guide. So these are our guides. We're trying to you know, show them that they're the guides. Yeah, that was really bad English. Sorry. Anyway, let's make the section. So this is going to be a row up at the top, and then we'll have 2 rows side by side. This will be an image, and we can kind of play around with this because DiviPixel has some fun things that we can do for images. And then that'll just be a text module, button. This will be pretty straightforward. This section should be pretty easy to bust out. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this section because I want to do that background here. And then delete that, turn this back on. Bam, okay. So back to visual, so we can see what we're doing here. Okay, so we're gonna make a new one like this. Oh yeah, I was gonna make that smaller. I think that's the right size for this one, but I think it does need to be a little smaller here. Just this constant journey of doing stuff. All right. What's more fun? Tweaking SEO settings all day or changing font sizes? The digital marketing struggle. It's all good stuff. All right, so now I'm kind of going from scratch here. Whoops, actually I don't want to do that. There's a couple different ways to do a staggered row, like we're going to do here. I don't know what's like an unequal row. So I think we're going to go with this one. I think that's a 25, 75. DiviPixel has a really cool image one called Image Mask. So we're going to play around with that here. And I'm going to click on this. Can't think. There we go. There's always a point in the long videos where I just like lose my brain. This image is in, I think it's, there we go. I was like, it's in a frame. I know it is. I know this is not a circle. All right. Oh, man, William Goodright. William Goodright, the fourth, right? Something like that. William Goodright, founder. Goodright, EV, mobile, charging. He just told me that everybody's William Goodright in his family, so you gotta go by something else. Okay, JPEG. Sometimes I might keep like a founder picture a little higher, but I think there's enough colors there that it makes me think we still need to go down to 70, but 70 looks pretty good. 76, we could have gone a little higher, but I think that's all right. I could spend all day doing that. Okay, I'm gonna grab this too. And now, okay, so now we're here. Pull that in. This is not what we're gonna do, but there's a couple different ones. So let's see what we got here. So I'm trying to think vibe, right? The vibe is, you know, modern, electric, cloud maybe. Cloud, I can see cloud maybe. No. Yeah, maybe if we changed it around. Nickelodeon logo. No. Hexagons. Hexagons are kind of cool. But it like doesn't really match, right? Okay. I'm thinking, man, it's tough. Usually there's one that just kind of calls out to me. Okay, let's try that one. Hey, look at that. Okay, now you can do this. And then let's do like that in the gray. There's a hot rodder outside. I think that's good. And I'm not going to do a second. Alright. Bam! Alright, and now, eventually I'm going to bump the width down on that. Let's duplicate this, I think, would be a good one. Center that text. Something's not right. I think we still have the sizing right there, yeah. Which I think worked up there. There's friggin' Divi has, it's supposed to have buttons right here. See? So there should be, there it is, came back. Okay, I don't want that, okay. All right, yay. Actually, I kind of do want that now that I think about it. Let's do like 80%. Okay. And then back to this, sizing. Keep it at like 75. And then let's do that spacing. Let's do like, let's see what 0 looks like. I was worried about that. I might have to, it's not good. What I should do is, figure it out what the CSS looks like. But for now, we'll just do like a little -10. That should be fine. That shouldn't, I run into problems with negative margins all the time. I don't like doing them. That should be okay. Okay, so I think what I'll do here is I'll make these H3s. Yeah. So I think we have H3s here. So I'll steal one of these. And this one's way weird, but we'll do that too. We'll start here, H3, left line. Everything else should be okay. Maybe a little less margin. And then text, this will be left line. And I'll bump this one down to 1M. And then I'll have to reset all this sizing I did. Okay, that should be good. Then we'll bump this down to like, you know what? I think these should be bold actually. Dang it. Well, I'll work on that in a sec. The hell is that? Oh yeah. This is another reason why CSS would be great. I would just go find this, and then there'd be like a class. That's what he calls it. He calls it a class-based design. So you're setting up classes as you go along, and then that way if you need to change something, you just have to change it in one spot instead of doing that. But see, that doesn't take that long, and I feel like the setting up can take a lot longer. Okay, I'm going to pull the thing over here because it's just going to be easier to do it this way. What about family-owned electric vehicle charging business? Because why not? If you can put another keyword in, put it in. All right, this copy is not like the greatest, but my workflow, just so I have something to talk about while I do this, is I like to get this part done, then I give it back to the client and give them the chance to look over the copy and see if it matches, their brand voice. And if it doesn't, we can still fix that all the way up to the last second, or even after it launches. Really, like there's times for SEO purposes where I'm changing the text, and so I try to tell people, like, don't get too married to the copy, even though it's super important. It is super important, don't get me wrong, but the things will change. Your site is this living thing, especially like if you want to have success when it comes to SEO. You kind of gotta detach yourself from the copy being perfect, because it's just not going to be perfect when you launch it, and you're going to have to work on it, tweak it, iterate it, all that good stuff. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing to know that it doesn't have to be perfect, because it helps you get something out there as opposed to just sitting there and spinning your wheels for a long time, because I know that's what I would do, at least if I was in charge of the copy, and that's what I do with my own site. There was some underlined text that I lost out by pasting it in there. So I think if I come in here like this, there we go. And like that. Aha, Command S. All right, and then we should already have a pretty good button built out here. So yeah, I'm thinking let's bump that image down just a little bit here. Oh, you know what? I think we want to make this a little bolder. This is another how does it work button. Didn't I make that? How does it work? Yep. See, that's why I wrote it down. I knew I was going to come back to this. How does it work? And that's going to be our process section. All right, so I'm going to hit save here. I'm going to go back to our CSS and go back to our button here, and I'm going to bump up the font weight just a little bit here to like 700. Yeah. And I can see ways to code this better with less, with less repetition. I know, I'm sorry. I'm actually a really big stickler on that kind of stuff, but some things you just kind of gotta let go. All right, so let's hit refresh. Let's see what we're looking like now. All right, bam, we got our hero section. We scroll down, boom, we're right at our services. That's great. And then, and then we got just extra things floating around. That's funny. Why is that there? Oh, I don't know. I thought I hit save. Maybe I didn't. I didn't hit save. Bam. I don't know. I think it's getting cleaner. It's getting cleaner by the moment. So let's see what's going on here. Still says we got 3 viewers. Haven't seen any chat activity in a while. That's all right. I appreciate y'all for being here. Much love. We're up to 5 likes here. 14 views. Average view duration 26 minutes. Look at that. Just listen some stats out here. In case you've never seen what live stream looks like. This is like the back end. The chat's over here too. But yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, there's 6 o'clock. So I don't know why it's got to be such a long graph. Like why can't it spread that out? But anyway. And then I always have people ask me like, what's your setup? The setup is OBS. There it is. So very meta. But I have these questions and I know other people do. So yeah. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I'm supposed to do a thing. Hey, what's up? So I forgot. Occasionally throughout the video, I want to mention your small biz, SEO success. Make sure you're subscribed. I think everybody is subscribed. Maybe not Rick, but Rick, if you want to learn some SEO tips, you can subscribe. Go to your small biz, SEOsuccess.com. first name, email, and you're subscribed. This is more for the people watching a replay, so be sure to check it out. That's my mid-video advertisement, so check that out. That's pretty fancy, huh? Okay, let's see. We're checking this out. We got LOL 1 V working and lurking. Nice. I don't know what ones mean. Did I ask a question about numbers? I don't even remember what I said like 2 seconds ago. Pretty crazy, right? Brains. It's a terrible thing to waste. Bird view. It's great to have you. Thank you. I think we're going to continue to use that gray on every other section, so I appreciate that. And the replay will be available. All right, so next up is the path section, and I did want to have some fun with this, so I think I'm going to take a quick break because it's been 2.5 hours of me standing, so I'm going to go, ask us about image background, gray, white color. Oh, which one is one? Well, I'm sure you guys will write back. Yeah, which one is number one, gray or white? Okay, I'm going to take a quick little break. If I do this right, I should be able to mute my mic so nobody can hear, and then I'll switch back to the mountains. So I'll disappear for a second, and I'll mute the mic, and I'll be back in about 2 minutes. And we're back. Is the sound tracking? I can see the little bars moving for Yeti, so I think we're good. All right. I want to sit down, but I have my light on my chair, and the thing is, if you don't light the green screen right, it can totally screw up the whole effect. So I'm just gonna leave it be. This is good. You know, my legs. I need to work out. Sit down too much, right? This is how we live life. Oh, hey, look, we got a new person. Welcome, Jerry. Good to have you. We got a couple new viewers. People are popping in. We're at an hour 2.5. So welcome in to the new viewers. We're actually just coming back from a quick little break. We're working on designing a conversion-based website here. So I'm going to hop back over to this screen. So we had the wireframe for the site right here. Really focusing on calls to action, and positioning the customer of this small business website as the hero, and then positioning the owners of the business as the guides. And so we're showing people how this works. This is a mobile EV charging service, kind of a newer service out there in the world. But basically, it would be for people that maybe forgot to charge their Tesla before they went out to the grocery store and they need to get a charge and they just don't have the time to sit at a charging station. So that's one example. Also emergency roadside assistance. That's also a thing. So yeah, we're working on that site, and now we found ourselves on the path section. So in StoryBrand world, they talk about the path. Try to break it down to 1, 2, 3. What are the steps? And man, I really feel like Rick, I feel like we had some notes on this. It feels like a million years ago when we met to talk about this. Oh yeah. Why? Yeah. I mean, really, it's all good. You know, like I always say, the copy we can always swap that out later, the text. So I'm not too worried about that. But one thing I was thinking about here is looking at Divi Pixel, so Rick, on the fly, if you got 3 bullet points for me, you can hit me up in the chat, and I'll swap this text out in a heartbeat. But I have an idea for this. Let's see. Is this Mac M1? M1 Pro, my friend. I don't know, right? Yeah. It's a MacBook Pro M1. And welcome. Okay, so DiviPixel has a good plugin. I'm thinking the timeline plugin, and actually, I'm thinking the horizontal timeline plugin. Check this out. And so if you have a 4th bullet point, Rick, I think this would work well for it, but I think we do something like that maybe. The thing is, they don't really need to, like, I use this on my site for my path, and I'm thinking something like that. Like, I forgot about this, and then I was like, ooh, I think this could be good. Not like that, though. Not like that. I think horizontal is still good. I'm thinking here. I'm thinking out loud. Sometimes I like to get crazy. Let's go back to this page here. I think it'd probably be something like that, or something like this. But maybe we match our style from earlier. So here's where we're at right now on the site. I think if it was like this, but like boop, 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 maybe it would probably be good actually for it to separate. Okay, I'm rolling with it. So this is the way DiviPixel works. It has some of this stuff saved. Divi lets you put things like JSON files into it. And so if I remember right, we go to, you can do this a couple ways, but I'm gonna do it this way. You can actually go to the Divi library, and you can import here. So let's try that out. Oh, import. Drag that in there. I don't like to import the presets. I don't know why. A little suspicious. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna practice engaging with the active viewers again. Where's everybody at tonight? Checking in from Bend, Oregon. Don't feel like you gotta like tell me your address or your GPS coordinates. Just a general area. And so now we'll have this. We should have the thing from before. The problem with Divi Pixel is sometimes you have to work on it in here, and then you go back to where you actually put it into the page. And so I'm going to take everything out that I don't need. I'm just going to focus on this part right here. And okay, I think with this we're going to be able to keep it all on the top. And so I think what I'm thinking here is, so I'll have the ribbon. So Rick, I'm going to just go with what I have right now. I do have my notes here. I can see them. We wrote battery dies, call, come out, charge, on your way. All right, it's that simple, folks. All right, battery dies. We need to make that bigger. How about this? Step 1. And then, I don't like that color, but we'll work on that. Okay. Battery dies. How do we feel about emojis, Rick? I feel like, I don't know. I think it could go over well. Whether you're range anxiety can strike at any time. Strike. I never know if it's any time or anytime. Whether you're stuck on the side of the road or needing a charge while you run errands. Range anxiety can strike at any time. Okay, where is this icon coming from? How about battery? Yeah, look at that. Bam. It's ugly. We'll work on that. Okay, so go to design, timeline, icon. That should be, oh, okay, that's the dot. Let's do gray. Gray. That's weird. That didn't change. Icon color. Circle icon. No. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. Good job, Sam GPT. Jerry, I'll holler at you in a second about the page speeds. Okay, use icon font size. Okay, so that's just the dot. Okay, so now we're in the ribbon. I think it'd be good to use that. Where are we? Background color of ribbon text. Huh? Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't realize where I was. Oh man, we've been looking for a place to use this yellow. That might be good. Okay, so maybe that. I don't want border. Text, ribbon, black, and we'll go back to Open Sans. That's the only problem is when you use like the pre-built stuff, it kind of it overrides your fonts. I'm gonna turn on a border, just a 1 pixel black border. All right, Jerry, all the way from India, welcome. Yeah, Jerry's talking about page speed, which is really important for SEO, and it's super important actually, but also I don't think it's that important to like over stress on it. And so my little sidebar on that is I prefer GT metrics. Now granted, it could be, you know, the speed will also depend on where the server is. So out in India, I don't know like how well the servers act out there. They might have them in different places. It's a big enough company. but I always shoot for a B on GT metrics. If I can get up to a B, then I'm happy. Other than that, I don't really care. And honestly, page speed insights, like, they're so strict. I think my mobile's like 20 right now, and I'm in my local area, I'm ranking second. So in the map pack, at least, a little bit lower for organic. And so that's my 2 cents on page speed insights. I think it's too strict, and so I use something like GT metrics. So that's all I'll say on page speed insights. And we'll get back to building our little site here. Okay, so I'm working on this. I'm not liking the way that looks, actually. So I'm gonna make them black. I think that would be good. I think we had a vote for the, am I right? And we voted for the white with the color. I don't know, we'll play around with that. Okay, so I need to change the text. Where the hell is that? Okay. All right. God, I gotta change this icon. It's killing me right now. Okay, I like that. I like that. Nope. Oh, man. Why is it like that? Like it's too big and it's wide. Alright, let's just try like it. It gets too small, it gets wide too. That's annoying. I wonder if I could do like, what's 1M look like? Yeah. I think we're just gonna have to go with a different icon. Let's see what else we got. Oh, look, there's a friggin' battery right here. Oh, man, that's so much better. Rick, I can't believe you're going to let me do that. All right, now we're back. All right, so we did that. Now we're on this. We did that. Yeah, I like the circle icons. Nah, left. Left is good. Okay, we do that. Reset this. Whoa, I shouldn't have done that. 3M it is. And we'll play around with that. Alright, I'm still laughing at the Sam GPT every once in a while. Dr. Dunn. Yeah, can you see me slouching on the table? Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, I think that looks good. I think we're gonna rock that, and then I think I can go like this. No, damn it. I think we can go like that and duplicate it a couple times. Okay. Step 2. Something else happens. Come out. I think that's what it is. Step 2, come out. What do we got for truck emojis? Yeah, it looks pretty good. What kind of truck is that? What is that? Who? We need to call the emoji consortium. Yes, Josh, this does auto scroll. If you want, you'll see that's actually in the main settings here. Okay. What's it called? Level? Is it still level 2 generator? Approximately 50 miles of range an hour. We can, if I'm wrong on that, Rick, we can change that later.
I really do like this thing.
travel to most of Central Oregon. A little SEO there, right? Fastest level 2 charge in the market, approximately 50 miles range an hour. Level 2 charger. Nice. Looks good. Okay, now that I put a period there, I have to put a period on the other one. Okay. Bam. Okay, now back to this one. Swap out our icon. Change the color too, I think. I think we'll switch between green and that other yellow. I want to get that incorporated somehow. Maybe that's what I should put for the other thing. I'm thinking. So we got the battery. Sad. Now what do we got for truck icons here? Oh, ooh, you want a monster truck? Man, that's not like that. It's not very square though. I think charge is gonna be the next one. Man, it's just annoying that it's like not a circle. I could fix that later. I think I'm gonna exclude that from the video today, but if I'm really annoyed with this not being a circle thing, I know I can CSS the crap out of it and make it work. Maybe I'll just do like a person. I gotta zoom in, old school zoom in. Oh, it's the person coming out. It's Rick. Yellow, please. Unless, okay, so now I'm gonna answer, can I reply to an actual thing? Put user in timeout. That's funny. I have no idea how to use these features. Where's the laughing one? Ha 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 ha. That was for you, Josh. Yes, it can auto scroll. So check this out. So this is how, so there's the arrow, show card arrow. Where's that? Oh, that's the little, that's the bottom, I think. Yeah. Show card arrow, and we want that center line. So that's the arrow on the bottom here. And then number of columns. So this is kind of nice that you can like change this up. But I think we'll do 2. And the cool thing too is you can change this, like on mobile we probably only want 1, and so I think our header is going to be something like the 4 steps to relieve range anxiety or something like that. I like the spacing right now. Loop, and then check this out. This is what you were looking for, Josh. Autoplay. So we'll do that. Pause on hover. Autoplay speed is usually pretty good at 5,000. So see, now it's doing its thing. I'm not going to open image in Lightbox. I will leave the navigation on. I'll leave the dynamic bullets. I don't know what that means. I'll leave it centered. No, okay. That would be good for like a gallery. I really like this one. This is really similar to their what am I trying to say? Their shit, what am I trying to say? Oh, that's number 3. Mark it down. This is very similar to their testimonial slider, which is very good. If I could figure out how to integrate, it's supposed to have like an API connection to Google, but I can't figure out how to get it to work. So anyway, moving on. One thing I'll do here is that's good. I want to change the navigation icon color to be more branded. Nah, maybe white. That's good. Okay, so moving on. Let's get down and dirty to the. Let's get to the rest of the cards here. Let's get these done. So now we're on step 3. So your battery dies, we come to you, and then charge time. I don't know. Charge up. There's got to be a battery emoji. I feel like there's going to be like a lightning bolt or something. Do. Whoops. For groceries. You're stuck on the side of the road. All right, and then I think there's got to be like a lightning bolt. Yep, I wanted that one. Charge up. Oh man, this one's gonna have the opposite problem. Okay. I don't like that one green. Yep. Rick, I'll make the damn thing a circle later. I'll figure it out. And then last one is help down the road. Get it? Because cars. I should have copied the, I don't know if that's right green actually. No, it is. Okay. So step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Okay, so it's really just this element right here that we need. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit save. And now the with DiviPixel, the way it works is it's saving like a whole section, but we really only need this. We actually only need this module right here. So I'm gonna save this to my Divi library. And I'm gonna call this the path, and I'll save it as global because we'll probably reuse this later, and I'm going to put it in the modules folder category so that way we can refer back to it later. Now I'm going to exit the visual builder. I'll save and exit just in case there's something I missed, although I think we should be good to go. All right, now I should be able to go back here and build out our next section, which will have that. And so instead of saying how does it work, we want to, well, no, I think we'll do, yeah, okay. We're going to just duplicate this. That'll be the easiest thing to do. So we'll say, you know, how does it work? And then I've seen a lot of success with this of having just a single line of text underneath the header, kind of as the subheader. And we'll say, you know, 4 steps. Only 4 steps to relieve range anxiety. actually, we can, if I can hit that thing right there, add from library, come on, work with me, the path, there it is. Use this module. And yeah, this is gonna work a lot better with, so I think we'll switch over to this style. The more I'm looking at it, the more I am liking the alternating flow. It's a good style. So if we do something like that, then now we just need a button at the bottom. See our service areas. And actually we can move that here. And what I'll do is I'll do a little margin on the top and bottom. Kind of give it a little room to breathe. Call that next section service areas, and that reminds me that we need to name this section. How does it work? So we'll get rid of that. Probably, actually, with Divi you can do this. I don't often do that because I like to have a little bit more control. Let's go with 7. Yeah, sometimes it's really hard to get it just right. Okay, it's global, so it's taking a second. How does it work? It's right there. So the way you set up an anchor link is you click on the section. That's what you want to do because you want the line up at the top. And sometimes that gets funky on mobile, but it'll be fine. So how does it work? So that's our ID. And then when we hit save, we should be able to go back to here and hit refresh. Again, we're still working on our header here. Scroll down. And then, okay, yeah, so we can see the button. How does it work? And it just shoots us down to there. And then if you're like right here, welcome to viewer number 2, whoever you are. I see we have 2 viewers right now. Ask a question, that'll go down to contact. How does it work? Shoot you down to here. Only 4 steps to relieve range anxiety. Step 1, battery dies. Oh yeah, and if I don't hover over it, it should auto scroll. I think oh yeah, there we go. We travel the most essential organ, fastest level 2 charger on the market, approximately 50 miles range an hour, charge up. Yeah, man, I friggin' hate these things. Why the hell aren't they circles? It's killing me. Sorry guys, this is another. Here comes the next CSS rabbit hole. Hey, stop scrolling. Probably what we need is there's a CSS thing called aspect ratio. I think if we did that, that might fix this. Yeah, so that made it a square, but now the stupid icon isn't right. And does that look better or worse? Are they all circles now? Looks more like a circle. I'm gonna add that in right now. I'll keep playing with that. That really bugs me. Another thing we can do too is, he said it's worse. Okay, I'm not gonna add it in. Another thing we can do is just take the damn circle off. I think that's what we're gonna do. So check this out. I think the circle is what's killing us. So if I go back in here, what we need to do is just take that off. Then we can just have that. I think that's the way to go. So we'll do that. The yellow is going to be too rough, though. It's not very accessible. Yeah, I see that. It's going to change too depending on how the screen size is and this, so we can kind of play with that. There might be a way to use some CSS to kind of normalize that. Or actually, we might be able to do it here. Card style. I want it to say height somewhere. Okay, so go back here. All right, see our latest CSS rabbit hole. I think part of it too is just going to be changing the font for different sizes too. I think that'll help. Maybe all the icons should be green. But yeah, if we can normalize this, which is probably this. Whoops. 2 blank pixels. Background size. Oh man, it's gonna be tricky. We'll play it. I think going through it the route of we'll play with the font sizes. So playing with the font size as well, let's kind of normalize this, and also picking similar amount of text will help too. So I think that yes was to the green icons for all of them, so I'll do that. Pro tip to web designers: don't let the client watch you build the site in real time. Just kidding. I love having you here, Rick. It's amazing. The fact that we're even doing this, I don't know. I want to see somebody else find this out there. I want to see another live stream where somebody's A, building a site live for a client, and B, the client's actually actively watching the stream. Like, this is incredible. I can't. Yeah. Rick said, "Ayo." Yeah, that was in jest. That was with love. Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. I'm gonna close that because that's gonna get confusing. I'm gonna hit refresh, and look at that. We went from that to that, a little bit cleaner too, and very on brand right now. See, right now it looks good, but I still have my incognito on here. It's just, yeah, it's kind of a thing that happens with like responsiveness, but we can play around with that a little bit. Josh, not a chance for me. All right. Well, we're out here doing it. Okay, so now we're gonna do the service area section. That's next. Some more SEO juice. Okay, so we're getting to the finish line here. So we got SEO, or the service area section. that should be pretty straightforward. This looks like, you know, 1 row, 2 rows, maybe a little more on this side. And then this will be a testimonial slider, so it should be pretty straightforward, and we kind of follow the style that we used somewhere else. I think we'll see. And then contact form, and then the footer. So we're getting, well, the footer, and then circle back to the header. So okay, here we go. You guys in for the long haul? I don't have enough coffee on board. I need more. All right, it's kind of nice. Oh, you know what? I just thought of something. I'm realizing this isn't the font. It's not the, none of these are the right font. Let me tell you what I mean. I was like, this isn't right. And then this should be, yeah, something was, I was like, this looks cool, but it looks different. All right. Now, if I'm lucky, I should be able to go like this. It's working. So I can actually do extend item style. We'll say this row. So yeah, we'll work on this, Rick. Don't worry. We'll give it some more love later. Part of me's thinking that the I want to uncapitalize the buttons. I don't know. I feel like it's yelling at me. Yes, I'm looking at your comment. Much love to you, Rick. Thank you for being a part of this for as long as you have, and keep the hustle up, because I know you're out there trying to grind to get that. I think it's like the next level up generator, so you can provide an even better service. So yeah, I'm excited to see what's next, and I think this is going to help. You know, this is, you know, people, you know, Rick is very forward thinking. I think one of the challenges that people have when they're starting a business, they don't realize how important their online presence is. But luckily for Rick, he was like, this is what I got to do. And so I'm glad that he reached out, and I'm glad that we're making this happen. So when you wake up in the morning, Rick, if the live stream's still going, something's wrong with me. But it should be done by then, and you can check back in later and watch the replay. So it was real good to have you. And I'll do one of these, and 100. All right. So 3 sections to go. Let's keep it pushing. So let's duplicate this section, keep our style going, and I'm gonna move the copy over here so that way I can see what the heck I'm doing. That didn't work. This happens a lot with Divi. I'm trying to move especially sections around. Sometimes I have to jump into wireframe view, but that worked. And again, I will say what I said earlier is I really should have optimized for mobile before I started to copy all my sections, but sometimes I'm a wild man, and that's what's happening right now. So I'll go back through and change it. It's a little time consuming if you don't do it up front. It is. But also it's not too bad, you know, so we'll be all right. So I'll go back in and change all that stuff later. All right, it's doing that thing it does sometimes where it doesn't let me click on things. That's my one complaint about Divi. Now I have several complaints about Divi, but see, it's not letting me select that right now. Sometimes I've learned that if you hit escape, sometimes that helps, but it's not helping right now. So I might have to jump into wireframe view just to delete this thing. should be this section. Should be that. Huh. Yeah, this could be 50-50. Okay. And then I'm going to bump this text up a little bit. Can't remember what I did for the rest, but we'll call it 1.2. And then, ooh, oh yeah, I got it over here. I was like, where did it go? This image is like almost a square, but not quite. Okay. It's pretty close. We're cutting off a little bit. I really want to get Sun River in there. I feel like there's more money to be had in Sun River than Metolius. So, good, right? EV mobile service area. I'm just making a picture in Canva right now. Sorry, I'm off screen. I know. Terrible live streamer. Share, download, JPEG. 70%, always. Not always, but most of the time. All right, okay. Back over here. I'm gonna just do an image. I think I had, I'm gonna copy this. I know it seems a little crazy because it's so tiny, but I'm gonna copy that. I don't want all this fanciness. Don't need that. And then I'll make this big, probably 100%. And then I like centered. And then I'm gonna add a box shadow. Why not? Let's get crazy. And then I almost centered it. I'm not going to do that. I will bump this down just a little bit to try to make it so it's roughly the same height. So like 80%. And then we had C testimonials. Sorry if there are comments coming through. I can't see them right now. And this section needs a new ID. I believe it was service areas. So advanced ID, service areas. So now, if I click refresh, one of our buttons somewhere was well, the order's not right, but that'll go to that. So I don't know why it's doing that. It does that sometimes. Let's exit Visual Builder, and I'm going to purge the cache. Especially with DiviPixel, I've noticed that sometimes it does need a little purge caching, cache purging. All night stream, not all night. I have committed mentally in my head to doing this until midnight. I'm hoping it doesn't take that long, but that's what I'm thinking. We're not like launching the site tonight, so that's why I feel like I feel good about getting to the point where I'm like, okay, the site is done. You know, we still need to do mobile. We need to, like I said, give it back to the client, let them tweak the copy and stuff like that. But anyway. Let's see. So that didn't fix it. So that means when we get back in here, hopefully they'll be in the reverse order and I can swap them around. Probably have to do it in a wireframe view, which is one of the quirks of Divi. There it is. Goes away. This is a Divi Pixel quirk. It loads twice every time. Fun stuff. Yeah, see, there it is. Okay, I'm going to try to do it the old school way. Okay, so far so good. All right, now our next section is the testimonial slider, which is very similar to this section, but we're gonna have to kind of do it from scratch. And I think They do have some like predefined ones, but I'm just gonna do it from scratch because it's pretty straightforward. I've done it with a couple clients, so here's kind of the idea. I changed my mind. I think we've said range anxiety enough. I think I'm just going to say testimonials. And actually, maybe we'll put it here. Now that I have a subheader to play with. Okay, so now I'm going to do a testimonial slider. Oh shoot, I forgot. Okay, so we got to do something else. It's always something. Okay, get rid of that. Okay, so we have our testimonial slider here. Then it's going to say get service now, which will go down to the contact page. Contact section. And I should have mentioned this a long time ago, and nobody's going to tune in, 2 hours in or 3 hours in and be like, oh, here's the nugget of wisdom I wanted. The point of this kind of landing page is that it can easily be broken up into more pages. And so like this testimonials page can easily become a testimonials page down the road. Now that we put in this hard work and we have this section built up. So that's just really what I'm getting at here. Okay, so let's do this. Change the ID to testimonials. You really got to be careful when you're repeating sections because the IDs will repeat also. And then we should end up with the contact form. So I'll do that. I'm just gonna, the thing is, I'm gonna have to do the contact form somewhere else, and I'm also gonna have to do the testimonial somewhere else. So I'll show you kind of how that works. Great question, Josh. So Josh's question was, am I going to do any lead gen for this client? And I will say for now, no, just because we're kind of working on like the entry level. And so I think my main goal right now is to really just focus on getting something as opposed to nothing. He does have something right now, which is good, but giving him something that has good SEO backbone. And then that way, at least he can start ranking. And then I think one of the things that's going to really help him with getting this business established, because it's newer and it's kind of a new sector, is twofold. One is just good old-fashioned networking, knocking on doors, that kind of stuff. And that's up to Rick. And I've talked to Rick, and he said he's totally down to do that. And then number two, I do think that this is something that would be good for email marketing. I think that people could be interested in this. But not quite know that they want in, right? And so, I'm always thinking about the TLC, more traffic, leads, and clients. Traffic is your SEO, your Google Business Profile, stuff like that. We're going to work on Rick's Google Business Profile too. Now the L is leads. So how do we do that? And a lot of times that is with email marketing. And so I could see maybe setting up a small sequence for him and doing that, but I don't know. That's really all I've thought. I'm going to type this in the chat. It's not a question, but I put a question mark in there because I don't really know how to do questions. Is there anybody else out there? Like, when it's a question, I put a period. And when it should not be a question mark, sometimes I do the opposite. It's life. Let's make sure that this is actually a link. Whoops, damn it, I had it ready to go. If you've never done a phone number link before, and somehow this is the first video you ever watch, again, many apologies, but you do tell, and then put a 1 in front of it, and then the rest of the phone number. And that should work. And I gotta go here. Is that accessible enough? I know what I'll do. Keep that like that. Underline, make the underline green. No, like that, make the underline black. Okay, because you don't really, I mean, you do need to see the phone number, but you don't, I don't know. Okay, and then we'll have the contact form here. So really what we need is, we're gonna need a code block. And we'll put in our short code from Gravity Forms here in a second. And again, I forgot, I was gonna talk briefly about okay, so that should cover all that. And I can get rid of this, and then we won't need this last section, so everything will be in the form, contact form. And so if you don't have Gravity Forms, something you could do right now, just kind of whip it up real quick, because you do want to end with the contact form, so important. There it is. You definitely want to go in. Divi's got a built-in contact form thing. I highly recommend that if you do a form through Divi, you go to the spam protection, you turn off the basic CAPTCHA, and you use a spam protection service like reCAPTCHA, and you go set up an account with Google. It doesn't take that long. And so highly recommend going through and doing that. And then you can kind of go through and add all your different fields. So far we have name, email, message. That's a good start. Our man Rick wanted also the phone number. That would be important, and location. That way if he had to go and charge their vehicle the next day, he could do that pretty easily. I don't think that's necessarily looking for the address per se, but just the generic area, so that way you can be like, oh, definitely it's a way for him to filter leads, right? If somebody was trying to reach out from, say, Portland, which is very far away, it's like 3 hours away, he would not go do that. But anyway, we are not going to use that. We're going to use Gravity Forms here in a second. So we got placeholders right here for our testimonial slider and our contact form. So I'm going to hit save now, and then let's do the testimonials first. So this will be good for anybody that's not seen how DiviPixel does testimonials. So you actually have like testimonial pages, and I think there's a way. So there's definitely a way to like link it up to Google and Facebook, which is pretty cool. I haven't got it to work. I'm pretty smart, and I can't get it to work, so I just always end up doing this. And I just usually put like a little part of the testimonial in here so I can remember. Right now, Rick's testimonials are pretty short, so I'll just put that in the title. And I see you, Josh, and I'm going to write you back. Let's see what you said over here. He needs to get some business cards for when he drives Uber that says, "Wouldn't it suck if we ran out of battery or gas?" Yeah, email sequence is a good idea, but I agree with you on focusing around SEO. Yeah, I think he definitely has a business card. I don't have my folder out with all the stuff right now. There's my big folder, but yeah, he's got some. Got my filing box right here. Let's see here. Yeah, looks like can't see what the hell I'm doing. Here we go. He's got business cards. The green screen's messing with it. That's funny. Look, whoa, you can see through me. That's a pretty trippy effect. Yeah, trust me, they're green. And then he also has even some marketing material, which is also some of the green's going to be see through here too. And so he's thought about some stuff here. So pretty good. I like it. I always forget about the green. All right, so where are we? Oh yeah, we're working on the testimonials. Rick is legit as they come, as the kids say. And then that's this man Vance. I don't need that anymore. We'll leave that up. I'll go like that. There we go. Vance. We'll hit him with a 5-star rating. Why not? And then to do the images, let's go here. File. I'm gonna do 500 by 500 just to save. This kind of goes back to what our man, or Jerry was talking about. He was talking about page speed insights earlier. Checked in all the way from India. Shout out. We're international with the live streams. That's crazy, huh? That's amazing. That's awesome. I love that. People hustle out there. I respect that. Oh, I got a border on here. So Jerry's question was about page speed, which is super important for SEO. And the the fastest way to tank your page speeds is through images. I think it's just the easiest way. And I think people, I don't want to say people that don't know what they're doing, but just know, like, this is coming from a guy that didn't know what he was doing that long ago. Okay, so just like, I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm just saying, like, you don't know what you don't know until you know it. And I did not know the impact that having a good looking image would be. I thought that would be chill. I'd be like, oh yeah, look at all these, websites out here. They appear to have, really high quality images. So I want to have high quality images. It's 2020, whatever it is right now. And so why not? But as it turns out, that is, I think, the fastest way to slow down your page. And that does negatively affect your SEO score. So that's definitely something to think about as you're doing your site. And that's why all of the images you'll notice that I've been using have been compressed. I run them through Canva. It's very simple. It is not, man, I screwed up. It is not it's not the fastest. It's not the most optimized. I know I could batch convert these images. I could do all sorts of other stuff. I could use Adobe Bridge or whatever. But at the end of the day, what works and what's fast, what's sustainable, what's repeatable, things like that. Those are the questions you need to ask when you're doing this, either from the perspective of a web designer that's trying to make this a business, or let's say you're a business owner yourself and you're just trying to DIY the heck out of your digital marketing right now to get ahead and save $1 or $2. You just gotta, you gotta take little shortcuts here and there, and there's nothing wrong with that. So I'm gonna put these in there. These should be the last assets I think that we need, because we already have our logo. So that's this guy actually. All right, so that's one. So we'll publish that. It takes a second, then you can hit add new up at the top. And then, brilliant. It's hard to remember. I still can't believe Rick was here for so long. That was awesome. I almost forgot that I actually texted him right before this. I was like, oh yeah, I was going to tell him. Because I remember when I told him, oh yeah, I'm going to live stream it. And he was like, dude, that's cool. And then we changed the date. I was originally going to do it at the end of last year, 2 weeks ago. But instead moved it to this week, and I almost forgot to text him. So I'm glad that I did. That was really cool. That's a once in a lifetime experience. I can almost guarantee I'll never do that again. But it was good. It was good to hear his feedback in real time. I think that web designers shouldn't be so afraid of getting client buy-in, you know, and we'd already talked about the design and stuff, and he was pretty happy with it. So, okay, so now that we have our testimonials, if you go back here, you'll see your 3 testimonials right there. You don't have to put titles in there. I just like to do it so that way if I need to refer back to them, I'm like, oh yeah, it's this one. Oh man, thirsty as hell. All right, so now let's go back to the page, and I'm just gonna hit a quick exit and enter back in. DiviPixel is gonna do its stupid thing where it takes 2 times to load. So while we're on that, I'm gonna go to Gravity Forms. This is how you set up a Gravity Form if you've never done that before. I lately have been starting with the simple contact form. I think it's a good starting place. And so I'm just going to call this contact form. It's kind of important because they end up using that for like the email that gets sent out. So it's a good thing to say. And Dr. Dunn, you're right. Yes, we got a good client. I'm pretty stoked to work with Rick, and yeah, hope his business is good. You know, I'm taking a couple, I don't want to call them gambles, but you know, I think that I've talked to a couple web designers lately, not necessarily in our circle, but you know, in other circles, and I feel like they're more inclined to work with bigger ticket item or bigger ticket clients, because obviously you're going to get more money right away. But I think, you know, thinking long term and seeing people that like have a grind and a hustle and a passion and want to get there, I think getting in early with them is never a bad thing to do. And you know, I have the capacity to do it right now. So, and I think that if I do grow my business, I'd like to continue to be in that capacity, even if it's maybe somebody that works for me that's handling the, whatever you want to call them, the lower hanging fruit, if you will. The less desirable clients, as some people will call it in the web design world. But you know what? I like working with the little guys, so I'm going to try to do as long as possible. But don't quote me. 2 years from now, I'm going to be on here with a YouTube video like, oh, high ticket niches only. Just kidding. Okay, so form description. I always just like to write when I created it. It's 2024. And the reason why I do that is because if you end up making a lot of contact forms, it could be helpful to know that later on. So I'm just going to throw that out there. I've heard that the less boxes, the more, what am I trying to say? The less they have to fill out, the less friction you'll have, the more likely they'll fill the whole thing out. Rick said he didn't want their email, but I think we need their email to make the contact form work. Let me think for a second here. I'm trying to think of a way to rearrange this. He needs all that stuff. Well, it's okay. Well, yeah, I guess if we do first, last, then we can do email, phone, and then car type, location. Let's do that. I've heard that it's better to do full name. Like, you know, you have like, there's a lot of names out there from different cultures than the typical, you know, white stuff that it doesn't fit into those 2 boxes. And so it's nice to just put full name and people can fill that in. One thing I really like to do in Gravity Forms is go down to advanced and make sure that these are in. And so if you were to do just one, you would put name, but I'll leave that there. I'm going to turn off for email confirmation, and then that'll make it so I can do phone number right here, hopefully. Yep. And then this needs to be required. And we'll do just text boxes for the last 2. This will be car type and location, and I'll leave those optional. And let people figure that out. And then I think, what do we have here? How can we help you today? think it's, yeah, sometimes I leave that box unrequired, but I think we're gonna need that. I'm gonna leave that as submit. Everything else looks pretty good. International's fine. Okay. Oh, I do always like to check to make sure that the where is it? Oh, enable autocomplete tell. There we go. That way when you're going to fill out the thing, it'll fill out automatically. And for this one, I think it's called city. Man. Autocomplete city. One place, Mozilla, the MDN web docs. That's where I always look for autocomplete. There's so many options. Street address. The secondly specific portion of the address is the city or town name. So address level 2 is Exampleville in this example. Okay, so there you go. So we'll test this out in a second. Well, it's probably going to show address, so I don't know if we'll test it out. Interesting. Okay, so I'm going to hit save form, and we can kind of tweak this too if it's not quite right. Embed, you're going to get a short code, so we'll copy that. And oh, look, we got testimonials. So I'm going to go here, paste this in. I'm going to zoom in so you can see. I always go title, false, and description, false. So there's just some crap that shows up and I don't like it. And then I always just style this with CSS. So we'll work on that in a second. I'm going to hit save, and then I'm going to work on this. So right now, hide image, hide rating, hide review. I don't think I'm gonna loop or autoplay or show navigation right now. So I'm gonna set it to a strict 3 columns. That should be okay. Yeah. Okay, now we're gonna work on the item. We'll do that. I wish I could realign it somehow. Oh, wait, nope. Damn it. There's no company, there's no link. Okay. We're good. I'm going to change the rating to this yellow. It's kind of a cheat. You can put the empties as the same color. Whoa, it's too high. Fine. I think I did 20 earlier. And I'll throw that box shadow in, make it pop a little bit. And then image, I think I did 7 on those other ones earlier. 6 maybe. That's okay. We can kind of play with that some more too. Okay, so now we got some testimonials going, and it matches the style of our bento box way up here 1,000,000 years ago, and we were working on that. But I can see that style getting some more play later on. And now we're gonna go over to back to CSS land, and we'll work on our form. So I'll hit a refresh here. Oh, we got another viewer. I see we got two. You can't hide from me. Feel free to introduce yourself if you're out there and you want to hop in the chat. We are actively conversing here in this live stream. Just a quick refresh where we're at. We're building out the page. We've been working on it for almost 4 hours. We have the wireframe here from Canva, and we've just kind of been working our way down one section at a time. We talked about conversion-based web design, and now we're down towards the bottom of the page. We're working on the contact form, actually, and so we're going to style it up with some CSS. So, damn, we got another viewer. We're up to 7 likes. I feel like we had 11 likes earlier. Am I wrong about that? Maybe I was talking about the views. But yeah, feel free to introduce yourself. If you're, feel free to say hi. Don't be a stranger, people. All right, this is real life. This is live. Boom. Shout out to Josh, hanging out this whole time. It's been my ride or die through this stream, Mr. Dunn. Okay, so usually I have some. I just hit Command G. Does that do anything? Interesting. Okay, usually I have a gravity forms section, but I don't. So hold on to your horses, people. I'm gonna hop into a recent client site and steal some CSS. And I mentioned this maybe 4 hours ago, that one of the good things about being in web design for a while is you basically start to make your own templates that you kind of work off of. And so right now I'm digging into a client site of mine, and she also has a one-page landing page. She's a life coach, and kind of a similar thing, it's kind of a career pivot, and so only had a certain amount to invest up front, but we I think we both see the long-term path of it becoming more down the road. And so I have no problem setting up a one-page landing page. And let's have some fun here. Let's see if I can. Let's see here. Stand by. Oh, let's go, people. Okay, I gotta show you this here in a second. Okay, so let me turn this back on. So I had to switch over to my personal account here to show you this. So I'm gonna start here. So this is Life Coach Redmond, Oregon. That's where she's at. So for some reason, the first organic result is showing above the map pack, which is pretty rare. This gal is actually not in Redmond, but she must be doing her work because she's ranking first. Our gal is right here, 5th in the map pack. Not bad. Now, recently there's been some changes to the algorithm where it rewards people that are open. Oh, I should get out of the way for a second here. And so our gal right now, Abby, is closed, but the 3 people in front of her are probably incorrectly open 24 hours a day. So there's really nothing you can do about that. You can try to report it, but then you're just a jerk. So we'll leave it alone. But during waking hours, she does rank higher. And then if you look at the organic results, so if that's number 1 right there, she's number 3. That's pretty good. We actually just launched the site. Gosh, I don't remember. Not that long ago, like long ago enough that her branded her URL is still there instead of the actual brand name, which sucks. I wish I could just tell Google, like, hey, I've put it in, it's in the schema, I can see it. Anyway, here's what I really wanted to highlight in my sidebar is, I'm sure you all are, maybe not everybody knows, but their SGE is coming out soon, and that's going to be the AI little info box that pops up first. So if we hit generate, Redmond, Oregon has many life coaches, including certified life coaches, mental health coaches, and wellness program. And who's ranking number 1 for Redmond, Oregon? Look at that. No rankings. No ratings. She doesn't even have any ratings, which is a super big factor for Google business profiles. And she's going to get friggin' 1 million 5-star reviews. I can already tell. Look at that. I didn't even realize that because I don't test everybody I don't test everybody through SGE. She's not an SEO plan, so. But yeah, I gotta show her that. I'm taking a screenshot. We're gonna show that to Abby later. Josh just asked, do you think Wendy is number one because she has so many reviews? Yes, and that's one of the things I've kind of told Abby too, is that if you get to 5 reviews, you probably got her beat. But another thing too is she's been in business for 15 years, and I think Abby started her business, I think maybe in 22 or 21, and so she is that could be something she has to work with. But again, like, I don't think Wendy is putting effort into her SEO. Holler, Wendy. I do not pick sides. No, there's plenty of love to go around. But this person, I think, is. This person, I think I've seen ads for this person, so I think this person is paying Jill Rose. So anyway, that was a little sidebar. Anyway, the whole point of that was, let's just go to Abby's page. So she's got a one-page landing page as well. And what I'm doing right now is I'm actually going to the back end of her site to get to her contact form at the bottom, because she's got some styling. So I'm gonna turn this off here so you guys don't see the back of her page, but I do have, well, I could show this part. So now we're on Abby's page. I'll get out of the way. I got some CSS in here somewhere. I got all my Gravity Forms stuff right here. I got a bunch of crap we're not gonna need. I don't need any of that. She has, stop right here, right here. She has a new client form as well, kind of behind the scenes, when a new client goes to sign up. So that was pretty fun. And by pretty fun, I mean pain in the ass to set up, but she's a trooper, and we got it done. So that was a tough one because it had a Stripe integration, and so that was kind of fun to do. Shout out to Josh giving me kudos for the number one. Yeah, I love, that's something that I've been doing a lot lately, is just kind of checking in on clients, seeing where they're at in SGE, and just, and I've seen a huge correlation, and I'm just like trickle down effect of what I've been hearing from people that do this way more than me, is that Google Business Profile is super tied to SGE. Yes, I thought I said that wrong, but I did not. I know I can get rid of all of these because we don't need that. Well, actually, I'm going to leave one because I think I'm going to have to use this for something. Those were very specific. Okay. I like the layout. I'm okay with this. I wish I could get rid of name. I wish this just said first name and last name. I know how to do that. You just basically need 2 name fields. Okay. That's what we're gonna do. Just kind of cleaning this up. Okay, so I'm just trying to find the button right now. Should be able to go back up to our button CSS and go dot contact form. That was our class. That's funny. I like when it works like that. And then it's input, but not all the inputs. We want to do type. Let me zoom in so you can see, because this is actually pretty useful. Type equals submit. Submit. And there you go. And then I gotta overwrite the freaking the padding as well, which is down here. And that should be good. I don't think I'll have to do the hover. I'm not going to do it if I don't have to. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the text transform uppercase. You know what? Let's comment it out. That's what we're gonna do. Command /. Sometimes I watch I've done a lot of coding. I'm not saying that as a brag. I'm just saying that's a thing I've done. So I've watched a lot of coding videos on YouTube, and people do this crazy stuff like keyboard shortcuts. And when you're first learning, you're just like, what the? How did you do that? I think it's Command D in VS Code to select the next thing down or something like that. I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. Or using the Alt button on a Mac you can select in multiple spots. I wish everything in the world had that because it's such a useful feature. But anyway, it wasn't until the first person was like, this is how you do it. And I'm like, oh my God, are you serious? It's that easy? I'm gonna get rid of all that. I think, I wonder what will happen if I do that. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that. We don't have an email capture form, so I can get rid of that. Just going through and clean this up. I always do a display none on required. That's probably bad form, but I think it gets in the way. Okay, yeah, that is important. Email capture. Oh yeah, and there's the confirmation message, so we do want that to be black. And probably text-align center. Let's just throw it in there. I always forget about that. The confirmation message, because you don't see it until you test it, and then you test it, and you gotta go back. So then you forget, and okay. So we got all that. Awesome, I'll hit. Oh shoot, I accidentally knocked out the, oh, I know what I did. Okay, I can go back here without any trouble. I knocked out this. That we actually do want to keep. That's styling the form, and I like that style. Let me look back at our mock-up. I thought we were going to do maybe a thicker, maybe a slight. Let's go with, let's go back to, yeah. So that gray, bump that up to 2, and let's take that border radius down to a 4. Okay, then we need to add phone, which I don't know what that is. It's new client. Don't need signature field. Oh yeah, I tried out the signature. It is tell. I can see that right there. I tried out the signature plugin for Gravity Forms, and it works okay. Oh, I see what I just did. I just friggin' took out the wrong one. Took out the text area. Where is that? Oh, contact form text area. Just type that in. Dot contact form text area. Bam. Not bad. That'll do. So, what coders do you watch? Not a whole lot nowadays. It would be old, I'd have to go way back. It was mostly intro stuff, maybe 2-ish years ago. I remember one guy named Moz or something going through JavaScript and stuff like that. But yeah, nowadays it's just random stuff, not anybody in particular. To answer the question of which coders do you watch, and then Dr. Dunn also asked, I was hoping DiviPixel would have a GF styler. It does, and Lord help me, I don't remember what was wrong with it, but there was something wrong with it. I don't remember what it was, but it broke the site I was using, and so I turned it off. And as soon as I did that, it started working again. And another thing that I did have with DiviPixel recently was I did an update using ManageWP, updated all my plugins, kind of a blind update. I do it sometimes. Like I said at the start of the video, I like to shoot from the hip. And then I noticed just randomly, luckily, like within I got a notification. I got a downtime notification from ManageWP. So that tool worked, and it said, hey, this site's down. And then it said, hey, this site's down. And I was like, what's happening? It took me a second to realize the correlation was Divi Pixel had been updated. And so they had an update that was broken. Obviously, it even said what the error was. There was something wrong in their PHP, and they released a patch already, but for some reason the updating services weren't seeing that. But when I went to their website, I was able to manually download it because I was about to go crazy on them in support. But I was like, oh, okay, they got it. So I just went through, manually updated. I think the longest one of the sites was down was about 10 minutes, and made me feel good. I ended up not telling the clients about it. I think it's a good story for later to mention, but I've just been with the holidays and stuff too busy. But I think it's a good story to talk about, and it's a good reminder to friggin' take your time, and especially if you're going to do a blind update, make sure that all your client sites are backed up before. Now, all of my paid clients are on daily backups, so I could have rolled back, and I don't think I'd done any work, so we probably would have been fine, but I would have felt better knowing that I just done a backup, so which I hadn't. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the gravity form now, which I think was here. I'm gonna close these. Just pop in here for a second in case I accidentally opened the wrong window. Okay. So I think what I'm gonna do, this might not be chill, but I'm gonna do it anyway, is you can bump this down to one field. So we'll do that. And then that'll already be there. And then I'll do last name. Oh, I see. Take that off. Then I need, thing is, if you get rid of the field label, that's considered bad form. But if you get rid of the sub label, that's okay. So watch, if I get rid of this, it'll be like, whoa, that's big accessibility, yellow warning. It's probably not that big a deal. I mean, Divi does it. I think that's okay. I mean, the fields are mapping to the right spot, right? So I don't see an issue with it. Why is that so short? I don't know. All right, so now if I go like this, get service now. Oh yeah, I got myself. Got to change the name of the friggin' whatchamacallums. The section, the ID. Gotta just change the IDs if you want the anchor links to work. Saving, waiting for the circle in the corner. Check mark, let's go. Yeah, I think I like the lowercase. It does actually look a lot cleaner. I do like leaving this uppercase, but yeah, get service now. Please contact us. And there it is. I think, I'm thinking we might not go sticky header. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm thinking we might not go sticky header. So anyway, there's our contact form. I'm afraid it's going to show my contact information. So I'm just going to do this real quick so you can only see me. And I'm clicking first name. Yep. So I'm okay with this information being out there in the world. So perfect. Bam. Go back here. So it auto-filled my first name, my last name, my email, my phone number. That's my business number, so it's on my website. So if you want to find it, come find me on the website, thencandacesigns.com, and get your marketing review right now, which was the start of this whole video, remember? And then you'd be able to put in your card type here and go from there. So I think that's good. Should we submit a form? Yeah, let's do that. I got a Telsa. My battery dead. Let's see if the phone thing works. Yep, I just checked to see if it opens FaceTime. If that works, then that means it's working. And we should get a confirmation message right here. That's okay. You know, we should probably... No, that's good. That's good. I was going to say we should try to figure out a way to make sure that's showing, but that's okay. That's just kind of the way it is with single pagers. I'll test that a little bit more. If there's a way that I could pass, I wonder if you can pass that. You can pass the anchor link with the query parameter. Because if you could do that, then we're in business. But I don't think you can. Because we would be here. We definitely want to show the message. This is required, yeah. Because then you just see the form again, and that would be helpful. I don't know. One thing I've done, I had a page like this before, and I added like a conditional block up here that would show for 10 seconds, be like, got your form submission, check your email. And it would be here. It was like hidden normally. But if it saw the question mark, but that could be dangerous. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I might just build a thank you page that, you know, I have a template for thank you pages, so that might be a good thing to build out for them. But anyway, for now, that works for now. I'm going to actually write that on my for later to-do list. All right, so just to review, it's looking like the page itself is done, and I like that. So now let's do the footer and work our way back to the header and figure out what we want to do. So footer first, I'm going to exit and re-enter here. As we go into hour number 4, we got 2 viewers right now. We got Dr. Dunn and Mystery Person. Who are you, Mystery Person? Reveal yourself in the chat if you'd like, or just kick back and watch. That's fine too. I know if I was watching the chat, I would not, or a live stream, I would not want to comment. Don't feel like you gotta chime in. Okay, so we have our, oh yeah, I gotta hit enable again. Okay, so while that's going, another way to do this too, which might be better actually to get rid of all this stupid Divi Pixel stuff, is the header and footer I'm using. I'm gonna go back to the dashboard. Hey look, there's our contact form. Sam. Oh, that's funny. Sam. Oh, So that's a thing to think of. I guess I could change that here, right? I can just go like that. Car type. I definitely want the phone number. And the location, happy today. And I also like to have the date, payment date, transaction date, entry date. I like to see that. There we go. Okay, so Divi. Let me get out of the way. Down in the bottom left, you go to Divi and Theme Builder, and that's actually what we're using here. Let's go to the footer first. All right, so I'm gonna start here. So this is kind of fun. I like this. I really love my little bottom thing. A lot of people do this in different ways. They use PHP. I'm a real big fan of JavaScript. And so I'm going to show you what this looks like. So there's a span around the credit year that says just class credit year. Okay, and I'm going to change this so that it says good, right, EV, mobile, charging. I always like to change the heart to match the branding. Do a green heart. It's really hard for me to do. People in Oregon will understand that as a Beavers fan, I'm all about the black and orange, right? Okay. See the then can branding, orange for a reason. But I think Rick chose green because he's a duck. So you learn to work with people of all kinds, right? So I'm pretty sure that's this color. Okay, so we got that. Okay, so I'm gonna hit save here, and I want you to see on the actual site when we hit refresh down here. I'm gonna take this out. See how the year's already updated? And so what's happening is there's a little chunk of code somewhere in here. And it's basically, it's figuring out what the year is. So waits for the DOM to load, then it finds credit year, and then if it exists, then it continues to do the rest of the stuff. And then it just basically creates a new date object, gets the full year, and then it swaps out the current year with whatever that is. So as you can see in the text here, it's actually says 2023, but I'll swap that out to 2024. But when I checked all my client sites recently, they all were updated. So that was kind of a fun little surprise, if you will. I'm going to update this image to, let's go with the white text one. This I think is the favicon. So we want that one. Let's go here. So we're gonna do it like that. So I'm gonna make that, I don't need that anymore. Yeah. Oh gosh. Damn it. All right. Let's do like 3M maybe? Whoa, nope. 2M. 1.7M. There we go. Put that line height up a little bit. It looks stupid now, but it'll be better here in a second. All right. So this is actually, so we don't need this, and since it's just a one-pager, we don't need any navigation, and I'll leave the legal for later. All right. I thought, oh yeah, I know what's happening. I chose the worst freaking one to use for my little like replicate or whatever you want to call it. Okay, image, line sizing, do like 40%, center that up. Or no, I guess left align, huh? And then big pro tip here is eventually we're going to link that to his Google business profile. So that's really big for SEO. And then we'll link that right now to his phone number. Again, use tell, put a 1 at the start, get rid of all the other characters. And then we'll do the email as well. And that's mail to, and then the email address. All right. And then we're just gonna preemptively bold that. Well, actually, I kind of like to be sneaky about it. And then we'll duplicate this. And we'll do social. Gosh, can I type? Then does he have actual links? Oh, yep, sure enough. So we'll go in here, we'll go white, and I think the background is here now, yeah. Go like that. Actually, let's go like that. Go 2M, let me do that. Whoa. Let's go 28 pixels. All right, that's good. And then link. Go back, duplicate, change this to Instagram, and change the background to nothing. That looks right, so we should be good there. And then he also has like a payment portal through something. Square. So we'll do like some sort of payment link maybe. Which one looks like money? YouTube, Yelp, WhatsApp, Vimeo, X. What's Steam look like? Nope. You can override this, but it's kind of hard. Periscope. Yeah, nope. Nope. Just looking for like a basic one that we could use. There's, I've done this before. You can swap it out with something else. So that's what we'll do for now. And then we'll swap it out with like a $sign or something. So okay, and now, let's duplicate that. This is just a little more SEO juice down here in the bottom. Let's just throw those local areas in here. And I'm gonna add a little spacing to the top. I'm gonna add a little more spacing to the top. And then while I'm here, I might as well. I haven't done anything else mobile. Well, that's not what I was trying to do at all. I'm doing it again. What am I on? Come on. Come on. And then this is supposed to be, oh, it's not on. Probably here. There we go. Now I got branding. But I think I need to go like that. There we go. Looks too fat otherwise. All right, yeah, branded link. Let's go. Kind of funky looking. I think maybe what we can do is set the width down a little bit. Let's reset that. Reset that. There we go. And that's fine. Sometimes I wish you could like see that and like center it based on that, but you know, that's life. Okay, so let's go to, okay, so that's the footer. So I'm gonna hit save one more time because I can't remember if I hit save. And then we're gonna work our way up to the header. Oh, and I'm gonna figure out how to swap out that icon. I've done it before. I did it on my site. So let's go. If you go to the theme customizer from here, you'll see the header and footer. If you try to go from the page, it doesn't work. So just click an additional CSS, and I'll go down here, and I'm going to create a section that says, I always like to start with a comment, so I'll start with payment social icon. Whoops, that's not how you do comment. Okay, so get down here, we'll hit inspect window, and I think it's the before as the content right there. So it's ET modules content. So we need like a money. This is stupid. There's got to be a thing. Get out of here. Oh, shit. Damn it. That's number 4. If you're keeping track at home on the swear jar. All right, we're looking for money or a credit card or something. WordPress. What? Is that really all of them? For some reason, I can see this better. Well, that ain't right. Oh, look, what do we got here? What's that check? What is that? Okay. Okay, so it looks like it's able to pin it down to that. And then, whoops, I'm gonna add in that code, which I think was 100. Let's publish and refresh and see if anything changed. So there's our old footer. New footer. I don't know what the hell this is. Why is it doing that? Maybe we should look at. Okay. Oh man. For everybody that's watching, I'm real sorry. I know this is boring as hell, but I just want to get this in. Okay, that. I think the way that would work is like this. Oh man, look at all that action. None of that's right. That's crazy. Okay, is backslash E. Huh. Oh, it's the friggin', okay, there it is. Yeah. So I wonder if we could do D. Is it ED? D. E100. ED. No. I don't know what D is supposed to be, but E100 is a wallet, and that looks pretty good to me. All right, footer, done. Now, let's work on the header. All right, I'm going back and forth in my head here of whether or not we want a sticky header or not. So let's think about this for a second. You know, sticky header is nice because you have clear navigation throughout. And let's see. but this is a landing page, and so sometimes they can be kind of confusing if the landing page or if the header follows you. So let's do, okay, first things first, I'm going to go into wireframe view so I can see what the heck's going on here. So I got the image here. Let's add white text version. And I know I'm using CSS. I can already tell you I'm using CSS for that. And then we need to change the menu. And then pretty much everything else is done in CSS. And then I think, I want to say, everything's done with CSS. Okay, so let's head over there into CSS land. So one thing that I've done on a couple pages is as you scroll down, it fills in, like the opacity fills in, so that could work. One thing we're gonna need to do is change the menu. What do we have? We got services, area, testimonials. So I'm going to do custom links. So we have services, the service area, which we're labeling area, maybe locations, that's probably better. And then actually the URL would be tell one, and then whatever the phone number is. Oh, perfect. Call now. Oh, and a testimonials. And then pro tip here, I think I got some CSS built in for this, and so you go up to the top to screen options and you click right here on show advanced menu properties CSS classes, and then you can add in a CSS class here, and I think I have menu button as an option. So let's save menu. Boom. And now if I go back here, actually let's go back here. Oh, I know one more thing I want to do. I'm going to go in here and I want to change the font to Roboto. We'll just do Roboto condensed. Save us some time. Yeah, so thinking about this guy, whoops, not that guy. This guy, which is logo image in our CSS, right here. So that looks okay, but that also kind of screws everything else up. That's about what we were looking for. So I think we would have to find the header. Header.etel. Just that guy. Take that off. Position. Oh, yeah, that's what it just was. Absolute. Yeah, that's what we want. Or I guess I would be, no. So we want it on top. So yeah, absolute, we want that at 100. And then we just want more spacing. So a margin. And then we want to move this up. So header call right. See, I have everything labeled with stuff. Line items. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, we'll do that. And then somewhere in here is the menu items. Let's see where we're at. Image might be 100 again. Refreshing. Should probably move my face in case I'm blocking anything that you need to see. Oops, didn't get it. Damn it. Okay, everything else looks good. Okay. ET menu A color. That's what's got us, apparently. ET. thing here. Oh, I know. Okay, that's good. Now these guys are off. I don't know if that helped. Actually, that might have helped. Sometimes it's just the little things. So I'm going to enable Visual Builder. I need to add an ID to the service section, so that way that anchor link actually works. And I need to really add some padding here. I'll get rid of this. I feel like it needs to be a little bit smaller. Problem is the CSS is controlling it. This is at 80%. I'll say 90. 90 is a little bit better. Then if we go back here, it's 25%, maybe 20. Remember, it's going to be smaller in a second. Okay, so there's still a long way to go there. I don't love it. I think it really needs to be more of like a VW situation. So that's the viewport width. W. A little less. Let's try that. Just a little more responsive that way. And then back to percentages. Let me make this way bigger. It's the last thing we'll do. Oh, I need the services. There we go. All right, we're hitting the home stretch here. Just kind of cleaning things up. Somewhere in here. Now we're getting glitchy. Great. Getting glitchy at the last second. All right. Oh, we're doing bad. All right, now we appear to be back. All right, so, okay, it looks like our connection's back up to 6,000, which is about what we want. So anyway, here's where we are. I'll just hit refresh one more time, just to make sure we got the current page. We got our services section. We got our service area. It's supposed to say service areas, so I was just testing. There we go. We have our testimonials, and our call now should open FaceTime. How does it work? Takes us to how does it work? Get service now. Takes us down to contact. Ask a question. Takes us down to contact. How does it work? Goes to how does it work? See our service areas. Goes to service areas. Testimonials goes to testimonials. Get service now goes to contact us. Submit fits the form. Those go to the social links. That goes to his payment thing. That goes to then Can Designs. And let's change that menu real quick. And then we can call it a day. Okay. So appearance, menus, and then this should be service areas. Look at that, one letter. So let's just review where we've been. Let me find where the heck the site is. So give me just a second here, just getting the grand finale done. All right. So, in review, we have been on a journey. It has been nearly 5 hours, and I know at least one person has been here since the beginning, has made it to the end. Dr. Dunn, I thank you for your service. Where did we begin? Well, we began way back when, actually, at ThenCan Designs. Our man Rick got on there. He ignored the little loaf AI chatbot in the corner, which more people should check out because it's kind of fun to talk to the loaf. He's actually pretty good. But he went to the marketing review. He filled it out, and he was told he would get 3 actionable items for his business. And he did, but he thought that he wasn't going to be able to get these services. And I said, you know what? I want to hook my man Rick up. And so we sat down, we did the normal procedure, and I said, you know what I can do for you is a landing page, but in exchange, I get to live stream it. If you were here earlier in the video, you saw Rick was here actually putting in live input into the site as it was getting built. And so this was, I want to, right now Rick has a service suspended on his page. So give me 1 second. I'm going to do a quick little CSS hack to get this off because it is totally in the way. Stand by, stand by. Okay, so now you can see what I saw. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys Rick's current website right now. This is what it looks like, and so he built this in Canva, and you know, not bad when you're DIYing. Canva's a good option to get you started. But he quickly noticed that he was not showing up on Google, and you know, I told him to do a couple basic things, like make sure that you have the location in here, make sure you're saying stuff like the city that you're servicing, stuff like that. And man followed my advice within a couple days. So that's when I knew, all right, I gotta work with Rick. And so today, if you followed the process, we started with a mock-up in Canva. And so we started with this mock-up right here, and we've been working our way, getting down to the finish line. And now we have found ourselves right here. Let me get out of the way. And so here it is, an actual live site. It's not actually live. Well, it is right now. If you're out there in the internet right now, you can get to it. By the time you get back to it, it'll be under construction page. But yeah, here it is. So again, to follow conversion-based design, our eyes land on the logo, so we have it nice and big, so he knows what the logo, or so that people can see the logo, so that people can see the branding. Damn it! Clear navigation to help you bounce between the sections on the page, and then we read in the Z pattern as we work our way down the page, and so we have a clear header, clear call to action. How does it work? Get service now. I talked about how very often you have warm leads and cold leads, and so the warm leads will probably want service now. The cold leads will want to learn more about the service. Rick has an urgency service, so it'd be good for people to know what his services are before they even dig any farther in. Following StoryBrand, where we have introducing the guide. The guide is Rick, aka William, and kind of breaking down his business and why people should trust him. How does it work? It's really simple. It's only 4 steps. You know, your battery dies, we come to you, we charge up, and then you're back on your way. Pretty simple. And then the service area, this is just some good old SEO juice. You want to get all the locations in there, some testimonials, which I'm sure we'll expand on as time goes on, and a contact form with autofill, so it's really easy to fill out, and they really only have to fill in 2 spots. And then a nice little junk drawer at the bottom, the footer, that puts in some more keywords down here. Also has the service locations there, and has easy contact information. The NAP, the name, address, phone, is all there, and then this will link back to the Google Business Profile. Once that's up, we got links to social, we got his payment link, and yeah. So one more thing. I got to do one more thing before we go. I got to do one more thing. I just thought of it. We got to do the SEO. We can't leave here and not do the SEO, right? Because I think you all know. Well, if you don't know, we got Your Small Biz SEO Success is the new email list this year. If you're not already signed up, you better make sure you go to Your Small Biz SEO Success.com. Link in the description. Head down there. Check it out. First email's going out this Sunday. So if you're catching this video on the replay, be sure to check that out, and we'll keep you up to date on all the SEO stuff. So let me show you how I would do SEO for this page live in real time. All right, so I'm gonna get out of the visual builder here, and I use SEOPress, and so SEOPress has this little you can turn on this little thingamajiggy here, and so I'm gonna click that right there, and that'll bring up the information for the page. This is very much like Yoast, if you've ever used Yoast before. And so you get SEO title, you get 60 characters to play with, and so I'm gonna get started right away with our keyword. It's mobile EV. Well, let's double check actually. Give me a second here. I'm gonna hop into SEMrush really quick. I'd done this keyword research before, but I just want to double check my work because I'm not thinking right. Pretty sure it's mobile EV charging. Show enough. Here we go. So mobile EV charging, it's got a monthly volume of 1.3 thousand. Not a whole lot, but enough. It's a 31% keyword difficulty, so it's not like impossible to rank for nationwide, so that could be good. But we're really trying to rank with local intent, and so even if we only get 10 searches a month, that's fine because we know that they're very high intent. So mobile EV charging in Bend, Oregon. That's just the biggest city in our area. And then let's plop that in again. Good, bright. Let's see if I can get the brand in there. EV mobile charging. I'm not going to be able to. So I'm just going to stop there. Mobile charging in Bend, Oregon. I'll put, mobile EV charging in Bend, Oregon, and all of Oregon. Yeah, that's 60. I'll take it. It's a little, no, I'm just going to do that actually. Mobile EV charging in Bend, Oregon. Yeah, I'm matching the H1 on the nose, which I don't really like, but that's okay. And so now this is an urgency one, and so the meta description, a lot of studies have shown that it's actually less important to stuff keywords in here. It's more important to engage with the user. So I'm going to write, is your EV's battery dead? Call us now for emergency service, or utilize our subscription services. How am I doing on length? Click to find out more. So ran out of room on mobile, but that's still got plenty of room to breathe there. You get 160 characters, so that'll be good on desktop. So I'm gonna hit save. In the advanced tab, you want to make sure that all this is unchecked, and you want to make sure your canonical self-references. The default is a self-reference, so we're good there. But I do like to manually put it in, so that is a step I would take on the final site. Now, just as far as other SEO setup goes, another thing you want to do, didn't I already look at this? Oh, I didn't mark it as viewed, so it's going to keep distracting me. So the you want to clean up your pages, and so right now, really all the rest of these pages are useless. I never even used the brand fonts thing. I didn't need to. So bulk actions, move to trash, apply. So we just have the home page. That's perfect. And now we don't have to worry about redirects. It's going to give us a warning about redirects. And again, whether you use SEOPress or Yoast, it doesn't really matter. This is, the same thing. You want to go in and do your initial settings. And so go to your plugin, get started. Whatever steps it has you go through. SEOPress always says, do you want to import from another tool? Not in this case, we're starting from scratch. Site title, that's good. We don't need an alternative site title. This is an organization. So this is schema. So we want this here. Good, right, EV, mobile, charging. And we'll use that as the logo. Let's use that as the logo because it might show up on white text. And then we do have links for that down here. So this is going to go into the schema for the local business attribute. So you definitely want to do that. Kind of links it all up. Now, this is the most important step, and I'm actually going to have a video specifically on this. And so if somehow this ends up in content somewhere else, I'll point to the video because this is so important. Everybody gets this part wrong. Look, this SEOPress is doing it right. It is saying, do you want to index any of this? And it's saying, no, do not display any of this. That's the right option. This is the problem I have with Yoast. It's by default, it turns everything on. It's like, oh, you want to index everything? You want to have all these different sitemaps? And that's because before it was actually good to have a lot of pages indexed. But the problem is nowadays, like Google's getting smarter. And so it wants the goods. It wants the goods. It doesn't want the fluff. So we turn off everything except for pages, unless you have a blog, right? Unless you have a blog, then you'd want to include that. And again here, projects, testimonials, pop-up maker, facts, data archives, all that stuff. Do not display. No index, please. Same thing here. Everything off. Unless you have a blog, you should not be doing that. If you are a small business that serves local customers and you only have service pages, you should not be indexing this stuff. And I remove category, and I follow by default redirects to attachment of the parent post. Optimize this by redirecting views. Yeah, I just follow SEOPress's advice here. Enable the meta box, which I've already done. And then it tries to upsell you to insights. I don't do that, and actually it's down here where I'm hiding. You go down here and click skip this step. But it looks like it's actually kind of cool. So, but boom, now we're done. And so now I can look at the sitemap. So I think, how the hell do I always forget how to get out of here. Let me get my bearings here. Oh, yeah. Visit dashboard. Okay, so we're back. So I'm going to go back to SEOPress. And I want to look at the sitemap. Here we go. I should see one page. And I don't. See that? Freaking. See, and then you go here, and then you go here. So I just went to post types, and this is the same thing you got to do with Yoast. So I'm just saying this. Go to post, take that off. Unless you have a blog, then you want to do that. Hit save changes. Go to taxonomy, categories, tags, anything else. Take it off. Save changes. All right, HTML sitemap, we don't want that. Go back to general. Look back at your sitemap. You should see one thing. Page sitemap. You should see one thing. Boom, the home page. All right. Eventually, that's going to be whatever his actual domain is, like Grev. It's in here somewhere. I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. Grevcharging.com. Eventually, that's all it's going to say is grevcharging.com, right? This is just a test domain. So that's it. So that's the nitty gritty of what I do for SEO. So a question was just asked: does it hurt you, or just doesn't benefit you? I think from the homework I have done on the topic, the recommendation was do these things because it can hurt you, especially for a smaller site. Basically, what that means is, Google would just have more to try to figure out. Like, why not make it easier? And that's really what it comes down to, right? We're just trying to make it as easy as possible for Google to index us. And so, ideally, you'd want to have like 5 pages: home, about, contact, service page, and like a frequently asked questions, or maybe a testimonials, or maybe a gallery, whatever makes the most sense for your industry. And then eventually you want to build out individual service pages, and then eventually you want to build out service area pages so you can target the areas around you. But if you have all this fluff from like categories for things that don't exist in these extra sitemaps, especially if you're a newer business trying to get indexed right away, all that stuff just gets in the way. And so I think it's more important right now to have more direct content that is helpful for your website. And so I think this has really helped kind of my clients. And so I highly recommend to do it like that. And then the very last step I would do eventually. So let's just quickly, as we roll into the 5th hour, I'm just going to go down a bullet list of things that I would do with this project. So one, I love using markup. That's one of my favorite tools. And so I'm going to put this into markup, send this back to the client, Rick, and let him apply any feedback. It's great. You basically can like put sticky notes on the page. So that's really awesome. That's number one. And so that way we can do any fixes there on the desktop version. Number two, I'm going to work on the mobile site and the responsive design. While I was building, I was thinking of stuff, kind of taking mental notes in my head. So I have an idea of where I'm headed with that. And so I think it'll be pretty straightforward. A lot of the stuff will collapse in on itself where it needs to. And I think it'll flow pretty good. And I can think of a couple sections that we might take out to just make it easier to scroll through. And then at that point, I'll send it back to Rick, let him test it out on his phone and some other devices, make sure that we're good to go. And really all of this for something like a landing page could get done within a week or two. So we'll probably have this site live within a couple weeks. And I'll put the link below in the description when the site goes live, if I can remember. And then as I'm going live, you got to do a couple things, right? You got to go to the domain provider, which is probably going to be Canva, which might be a little rough, but I've played with Canva before. You can still add DNS records and stuff. I'm going to point it to SiteGround's name servers. And I usually do this on like a Friday night, so that way we have time for DNS propagation, because that can take time. Especially, I have had experience with Canva taking a little bit of time for the one DNS project that I did on Canva. And then as the site's going live, I'm going to do a couple more things. One of them is add it to Google Analytics, so that way I can keep track of it. And that's just adding a code to the header. And it's really easy with WordPress. And then another thing, and this is really important, I just want to show this for people that don't know this. And this will be a part of my indexing video. I want to make sure I'm on my page here. So here's the Google Search Console for Can Design. So this is Google Search Console. This is so important. Like small business owners, if you hear nothing else, hear this part of the video, and there will be another video at some point, which I will not remember to link back to it at hour 5 in this. But anyway, the first thing you do is go to Sitemaps right here on the left, and you're going to take that link to the sitemap and put it in here, not on the development subdomain. You want to make sure that's actually on the final domain. And so you would basically just follow the steps we did at the start of the video in reverse. You would clone from the development to the final link, and you can do that on a subdomain of your main domain as well. That's okay as well. So you're going to put your sitemap here. You notice I have a post sitemap. It's because I have a blog. None of the clients I have a blog except for one, and so that's why I have a post sitemap, but otherwise just a page sitemap. Then from there, the next thing you're going to do, this is important, you're going to go to pages. Actually, it doesn't matter where you go. You're going to go up here to this link right here, and you're going to type in exactly what it would be. And so like recently I just released 2 blog articles, and so I put those in. And the first time I don't have anything new, and I don't want to tip Google off to this site because I don't want to index it. But when it was new, this was gray. And then what you do is you do test live URL. That takes about 2 minutes. I'm gonna let that run in the background. And what we're doing is we're actually telling Google about this site. You don't want to be annoying. You don't want to be the annoying, boyfriend trying to get the girlfriend back that already said no. Like, no, you just want to do this when you first launch it and anytime you do any major changes to the site. So I'm not going to request indexing again because I've already done that, and it's telling me my URL is on Google. It successfully crawled it right away. And this blog article was posted a couple days ago. If I just would have launched it out to the wild, it could have taken a while for it to get indexed. But this was a time-sensitive article. Well, this one wasn't actually. But the other one I did was, and it's also got its URL on Google. And so this takes about a minute and a half, and then you're going to click that little request indexing button right there, and it's going to add you to the queue, and it usually does it within the next 12 hours. And so it'll say URLs available, you click that, and it'll add you to the queue. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to be the annoying ex-boyfriend right now. And the great thing about Google Search Console is it lets you see your results over time, right? And so I just want to show you, just to give you an idea. Let's take the clicks off here. This is what SEO looks like. Minimal impressions. And then it starts to build up. And I don't know what this was, but ignore that. And then it starts to build up. And then you do another thing, and it starts to build up and build up and build up. And then it goes down, and you realize you got to make a change. And then hopefully it goes back up again. And so anyway, that was my very quick rundown of what you should do. So at that point, let Google see it on Google Search Console, make sure it's added to analytics, and then you kind of decide what you want to do from there. Ultimately for Rick, we hope that his business grows so that we can add more pages. We'll circle back and work on the Google Business Profile a little bit too. Hopefully someday get him some Google Business Profile management and some local SEO management, so that way he can make sure that he's ranking very high for those keywords that he needs to rank for, and so that people know what his business does and that he can serve them at the right time. So if you stuck around this long, make sure that before you leave, you hit the like button below, because it triggers the YouTube algorithm and is suggesting this video when it's on replay later. And then we got plenty of live chat comments, so we're good there. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you subscribe. And again, one more time, if you're watching this in replay land, Your Small Biz SEO Success. It's my email list for this year. Just wanted to pitch it one more time. I'm going to be doing, maybe not 5-hour live streams every week, but I'll be doing a lot of smaller videos, some longer videos, some smaller videos, and just kind of keeping up on content. It's really going to be centered around SEO because things are changing and we want to stay ahead of the game. So shout out to Dr. Dunn for being in the comments. Shout out to our guy from India. I forgot his name. Jerry, thanks for the question earlier. That was great. Shout out to Rick for being around this whole time at the start. I can't believe the client was here live. That was amazing. But yeah, just wanted to say thanks to everybody that participated. Birdview, Carolyn, shout out to you earlier. And yeah, this is great. Like I said, this is if you go back to the introductory video on the channel, this was the get up that I was wearing, plus the glasses. And that was about a year ago. I started the channel about a year ago, and so it's pretty crazy to be at about 50 subscribers. It's not that much, but the plan is to go all in on content this year. So please, subscribe to the channel and stick around, because I think that there's going to be a lot more good stuff coming down the pipeline. So I think we'll leave it there. Everybody go get some sleep, and I'm going to go sit down for a little bit. Till next time.